for an agenda change.
Yes, I would like to request that the text amendment get moved to the fourth item.
Anybody have a problem with that? Okay, so we've got a motion to accept the agenda and move item C to D and D to C.
Move to accept the revised agenda as submitted.
And a second over here, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes on approval of the agenda. And then we have the minutes from the previous meeting. Everybody's had a chance to read those? Motion to approve.
Previous meeting, yes.
We have a second.
Second the motion.
Second the motion. There was one typo. It was like the word trail was spelled trial, but it's somewhere in there. And
Classic.
other than that, we have a motion. All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the meeting minutes from April the 11th are approved. New business. First item is a rezoning, conditional rezoning on the Washburn tract. And Mr. Manley is going to tell us all about that now. We discussed earlier, perhaps not going through the whole presentation, only talking about the changes since this came before the planning board 2 months ago.
That's correct. So this is a new application, but the particulars of the site plan, I will only highlight the changes, but I will go through some of the other details with the process. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. This is the Washburn Tract development. This includes 162 acres of a mix of single-family, multifamily, 300 apartment units, and 160 single-family homes. Comes out to about 2.8 units per acre. This site was previously zoned. I believe all this was covered in the last presentation, but this had a PRD special use on this site for assisted living, and that project expired. And so with this being a PRD and with it having an existing PRD zoning on it, it required a CZD process for the rezoning. You guys took a look at the site photos. You're familiar with the site. I won't go into great detail. Obviously, it's a former agricultural site, small wooded area, and very large wetlands and an existing surface water close to Highway 64. This is the current site plan. I will highlight the main differences here. Primarily, access is coming in on Wilmot Drive as opposed to a separate access running parallel with Wilmot. So this is the entrance. So here's Tracy Grove coming from Dana Road. You would turn onto Wilmot, and then you would turn into the site here. There would be driveways with a handful of lots fronting Wilmot. Wilmot would be widened and improved according to a standard of a minor thoroughfare. And then the other access is still down here, but it is full movement access. So entrance and exit along this stem. There's a condition, there's not currently enough room there to provide a 45-foot wide right-of-way. So that's one of the conditions. It would be not that wide, but it is wide enough for 2 lanes of traffic to utilize that as an access. Those are the differences. Any questions? I'll do it that way. Everything else is the same. Yes.
On that second access point, is that going to go in when phase 1 does, or will it not go in until phase 2 does?
That would be a question for the developer. I believe it was going to be a construction entrance originally, so that may stay. But as far as being converted to full movement, we'll let the developer speak to that. The site plan was reviewed by the DRC, the Development Review Committee, along with the TIA that was reviewed by the city's transportation consultant. The details of the staff review were in your staff report. The following are an overview of comments and conditions provided by each department. The list of conditions is also summarized on an upcoming slide. The Community Development Department comments were all resolved or addressed by the developer's proposed conditions. Planning staff did not offer any specific conditions on this project. The stormwater administrator had comments related to the increase in impervious surfaces and stormwater management. He proposed 2 conditions to which the developer agreed, enhancing the stormwater runoff to a 25-year event and the utilization of low-impact development practices, bioretention ponds to retain and treat on-site stormwater. The floodplain administrator provided comments as well, and offered 2 conditions which the developer agreed to. One was to provide details related to the provision of a conservation easement and/or dedication of land to Conserving Carolina, including commitment from Conserving Carolina as a note on the site plan, and to provide details related to the developer proposed restoration of on-site wetlands, delineating areas proposed for restoration on the site plan. And the developer agreed to those. The city's engineer, water sewer department, fire marshal, and public works director, as well as NCDOT staff, each reviewed the project and had no comments. The city's transportation consultant also provided a series of comments and recommendations. This site is proposed to generate approximately 3,244 daily trips. The TIA was triggered by our zoning code. There are some outstanding comments on the TIA, and specifically information and analysis related to the trip distribution and potential mitigation at the intersection of Tracy Grove Road and Wilmot Drive. This has been requested from the developer as of last week. That was given more scrutiny. The developer's traffic consultant has stated that the request was unreasonable. Staff believes the additional information is needed and that any mitigation resulting from the revised TIA should be incorporated in the information that gets presented to City Council for this project. The comments from our transportation consultant, who's with Kimley Horn, stated that the distribution and assignment puts 80% of the site traffic through access 1, which is this access here with the narrow right-of-way. This is the access on the eastern edge. And looking at the site plan, the 300 multifamily units, which is 100 AM and 127 PM trips, and approximately 30 single-family homes are positioned in a manner that would most likely use Wilmot Drive over access 1. Based on the layout of the lots and considering the likely draw to Dana Road and US 64, traffic is more likely to use Wilmot Drive over access 1. And the TIA has 35% of the traffic from the west passing Wilmot Drive to go to access 1 for access to the site. It assumes only 15% from the west will use Wilmot Drive. So based on this, it validates a need for an updated traffic study, which is currently shown, well, what is currently shown is likely not how traffic will enter and leave the site. There was also a series of recommendations, recommended mitigation from the TIA. The first was to revise the TIA based on comments from April 21st from our consultant. The second was to dedicate right-of-way along Tracy Grove Road, which is not a very long area, but where it does front Tracy Grove Road, right-of-way dedication be requested. And commit to the construction of the following mitigation measures. Construct an eastbound right turn lane on Dana Road with 200 feet of full width storage and appropriate taper. That would be, heading east on Dana Road as you approach the intersection with Tracy Grove, adding a right turn lane there with the Mustang Cafe on the right to be able to turn right onto Tracy Grove. And adjust the light at that intersection accordingly. And the construction of a northbound left turn lane at access 1 with 150 feet of storage. So this would be, if you're heading this direction towards the site, there'd be a left turn lane so you could enter into access 1 and get out of the traffic to make that left turn. And then the last condition would be that based on the proposed site trip distribution, a right turn lane may be warranted at the intersection of Tracy Grove Road at Wilmot Drive. The TIA should be revised to be based on the comments from Kimley Horn dated May 5th. So those first three, well, I may have the first three mitigation measures the developers agreed to. and agreed to revise the TIA and to dedicate the right of way. The last one, making the revisions based on the comments from May 5th, developer has not agreed to. So it is not on their site plan. If that was to be a condition, you'd have to read that out as part of a motion for approval. The tree board also made recommended conditions for this project. The recommendations are presented on an upcoming slide. The developer proposed 3 concessions and 2 conditions. One of the concessions relates to the dedication of a 50-foot greenway easement running along the southern end of the project. This was in the last iteration of this plan, and preservation of 62% of the mature trees on the site, and applying the stream buffer standards to the edge of the wetlands. And they have a condition for a height exemption to go up to 46 feet. This is the same as last time. And the request, as mentioned, for access 1 to be full movement. These slides, can you click back on the screen? This shows just a closer look at the widening of Wilmont right here at Tracy Grove Road, and the lots that would be accessed off of Wilmont as you come down. This would be I believe we're looking at a 70-foot wide right of way with sidewalks coming down and entering the site at this point here in the curve in Wilmont. This is the section of the apartments. This is unchanged from the previous version, as are the single family lots shown here. I went over the concessions and the conditions previously. Those are listed here if we ever need to refer to them. These are the city's initiated conditions that the developers agreed to. The TIA recommendations excluding the most recent one, which the developers agreed to, and the tree board's recommendations that developers agreed to. Because this was a CZD and a new application, they did have another neighborhood compatibility meeting held on March 18th. There were 6 residents in person and 5 online. And a number of the concerns that the planning board heard last time were brought up at that meeting. Taking a look at the current land use and zoning, you see the R15 practically encompasses this site with the exception of where the site abuts US 64, where there's a mix of C3 zoning and some PCD zoning. And Jackson Park is just across the floodplain from the site. The future land use, the designation for this site is split between the medium intensity, where it's outside of the 100-year floodplain, and the natural resource and agriculture, where it's within the floodplain. You also have, very similar increase in intensity for proposed future land uses closer to Highway 64. We found that this is consistent with the medium intensity neighborhood and the natural resource and agricultural designations. The area is designated as preservation and enhancement on the growth management map. This states that to respond to development or redevelopment in these areas by maintaining and enhancing existing neighborhood character and maintaining consistency with the comprehensive plan goals and strategies. I will let the developer get into more detail about the treatment of the floodplain. The land use chapter also references to implement strategies under the natural resources chapter for preservation of environmentally sensitive areas, and to implement strategies under natural resources number 4 for the preservation of agricultural resources. I will note that there is a map that highlights areas designated as agricultural resources, and this site is not listed as one of those. Under the population and housing chapter, there is a couple of strategies that are relevant. Encourage variation in lot sizes and housing types within new developments, and establish neighborhood design guidelines that promote safe, walkable, and bikeable neighborhoods while accommodating automobiles. Under the natural resources and environmental chapter of the comprehensive plan, we see goal in R1 to preserve environmentally sensitive areas in order to protect life and property from natural hazards, protect water resources, and preserve natural habitat. There are a number of goals, a number of strategies under that goal, which refer to those outcomes, discouraging and reducing development of structures in the 100-year floodplain and floodway, protecting land adjacent to streams, encouraging restoration of natural habitat and drainage patterns, continuously assessing development and preservation area efforts within these areas. Goal in R2, provide a variety of quality open space distributed equally throughout Hendersonville that can be used for recreational opportunities and aesthetic enhancements. Encouraging clustered development that preserves open space while allowing a return on investment. Acquire or encourage acquisition of environmentally sensitive properties, promote the preservation of woodlands, promote the location and design of open space areas within development so that they can contribute and link individual homes to the city's green infrastructure network, and enable and encourage low impact development practices and stormwater management. So those are all goals from the natural resource chapter that are relevant to this particular project. There were no goals and strategies from the cultural and historic resources chapter. There was a couple of strategies under community facilities, which include encourage community open space or play areas in new or redeveloped residential neighborhoods, and preserve and expand the public greenway system as a means of connecting neighborhoods to parks. We've covered the low impact development, but that is also found under the water resources chapter. And under transportation and circulation, there are a few strategies: identify and prioritize needed pedestrian connections within the community, encourage pedestrian connections between dead end streets and adjacent neighborhoods, preserve and expand the public greenway system as a core component of the bicycle pedestrian transportation system, improve roadways as needed to implement the land use vision and meet level of service requirements, and to widen and improve existing roadways as indicated on map 7-3A, which includes Tracy Grove Road. So that is our comprehensive plan consistency. That's an overview of what the comprehensive plan says that's relevant to this particular project. As we get into the other standards for reviewing a rezoning request, the first one is compatibility. The surrounding land uses are single family neighborhoods, rural farmland, and there's actually 3 multifamily structures. That says 1 multifamily complex. There's actually 3 smaller multifamily that are in vicinity of this project. And looking at change conditions, we're all aware of the intensity of development along US 64. And we're also well aware of the need for housing in close proximity to commercial nodes. With the provision of the greenway connection across the floodplain, it would be a relatively short walk to get over into the downtown area as well. Under public interest, there was some detailed information in the staff report related to the Bowen study. But essentially there's a gap, an estimated gap of between 1,650 to just over 2,000 units for incomes between less than 50% of the AMI up to 120% of the area median income. So there's a significant gap in housing, one of the largest in the region, in fact. If you take into account what the city has already approved in recent years, over the last 3 years, things that are being constructed or things that could be constructed in the near future, it would total 1,138 units. So there's still a remaining gap, even if you take into account what's been approved. It also needs to be noted that the Bowen study only goes up to 120% AMI. So for income levels above that, there's another gap that's unaccounted for. So that needs to be taken into consideration. And all those numbers relate to rental housing. There's another gap for owner housing. So since this provides both 300 units for rent and 161 units for sale, both of those gaps were looked at. And in both cases, they would not exceed the gap. Potentially, there's quite a range under the owner housing of what our gap is, somewhere between 311 units needed upwards to almost 1,200 units needed. So there's some varying information there. So in summary, additional housing is needed and the proposed housing could help fill that gap. Under public facilities, water sewer availability request was submitted for this project. And we touched on the TIA as well as potential improvements that are needed on Tracy Grove Road, though none are currently in the works to be funded. The effect on the natural environment. This is a greenfield site. They are proposing to increase impervious surfaces. They are also proposing to mitigate and improve the wetlands. And in particular, this site is of note for its biodiversity, how it ranks. The area, the Eubank Swamp or the Four Seasons Swamp in particular, has a very high biodiversity rating. And the 4 major natural heritage areas that are in Hendersonville all kind of run along that Mud Creek corridor. To the south of this site is the Bat Fort Bog, and there's additional heritage areas that were identified north of the site as well, but particularly on this site is the Four Seasons Swamp. And so this is an important natural resource for the city of Hendersonville. So taking all this into account, we have put together a draft comprehensive plan consistency statement, which states the medium intensity neighborhood designation calls for planned residential developments as a secondary recommended land use, and the proposed site plan aligns with development guidelines under the medium intensity neighborhood. There are a series of rationale for approval, which are provided on the screen. In particular, the first 2 relate to the housing gap and potential need for housing. I won't go into all the details of those. Those were in your staff report. The rationale for denial is also shared here. The second one shown, the second rationale shown on the screen has been revised since the staff report. It states the TIA provided by the applicant includes inaccuracies and needs revision. The revisions could result in mitigation not reflected in the current site plan. With that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Anybody have any questions for staff? Go ahead.
Would you again cover the item on the TIA that the developer found unreasonable?
Yes, so the comments we've got, essentially the distribution that's accounted for in the TIA. Let me get the specific numbers here.
And I presume these are just projections. I mean, nobody really knows what driveway someone's going to use. They're just speculating at this.
That's
point.
correct. It's a forecast of where are people going to be coming and going.
All right, but
And
that's-
so,
yeah, if you have more to say on that.
well, so I mean, I can revisit it. The distribution and assignment puts 80% of the site traffic through access 1. So access 1 is the small stem. So 80% of the traffic they're forecasting is going through there into the site. But we know that from basically this point, those apartments, some percentage of this single family home and the single family homes that are fronting on Wilmont are likely to use Wilmont. So it's quite skewed in how they have the traffic coming into the site, to the point where it became a question as to why would there not be a right turn lane for folks coming from Dana Road onto Wilmont? And so when we started to try to answer that question, we looked at it and found that the distribution that's being shown was off, that the apartment dwellers and a portion of the single family homeowners would be unlikely to go all the way down to the other access point, come in and come back.
Right.
So
Yeah, there's far more units on the northern side there.
that's correct.
And you're relying on the city's Kimley Horn review of it, pretty much.
We do rely on his review.
Okay. And what exactly did Kimley Horn suggest, other than a right turn lane perhaps off of Tracy Grove? Was there anything else that? they
That was
felt
the
could
main
be
question
done?
that needed to be answered. The other mitigations, I think, address all the other concerns.
Where does the developer get any land to put a right turn lane? They don't own the frontage. I think they have a little.
So they would have to evaluate if there's existing right-of-way there that could accommodate the turn lane.
Existing right of way on
DOT.
Tracy Grove Road that someone else perhaps owns.
That
Or
the
front.
it's an NCDOT street, so it'd be NCDOT right-of-way.
All right. And thank you. And one other question real quick. The tree board had some recommendations, and I believe you said that the developer agreed to all of them. Is that correct?
That is, yes, that's my understanding. That's what they put on their site plan.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Another quick traffic question.
Yes.
They're putting a right-hand turn lane in off Tracy Grove into the first one. They really need a left-hand turn lane coming from the other direction.
So they actually are proposing a left turn
A
lane right
there,
here.
Coming from the other way.
If you're traveling this direction, you would have a left turn into this site.
There'll be a left-hand turn lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's.
They've agreed to that. So that,
But not at Wilmont,
No.
not at Wilmont.
not at Wilmont.
No, I think
That's
the
an
idea is that if you're
curve.
traveling that direction,
They want you to come in the other
you're
end.
going to come in the first access point and they're providing a left turn there. So there wouldn't be a need for
Right.
another left
Sure.
turn.
That's true.
Similarly, if you got traffic come from the other side,
Mhm.
you would have one right turn lane. You
Right.
wouldn't need another right turn lane at the next access.
Right.
Was there any consideration by the traffic people about the big intersection right in front of Lowe's there?
It was taken into account. It was in the TIA.
It's already a screwed up mess.
Yeah. Duncan Hill, 7th Avenue, 64, and that it was in the TIA and was reviewed by the.
It's already a problem.
I think that was kind of the issue, is that what this project, the impact this project would have on that intersection did not warrant this project being responsible for making the improvements.
Okay.
That it's already a problem. It's not
Well,
going to be a problem because
already
of
not.
this project.
This is just going to add to the problem. That's all.
And the right of way is wider in entrance 2 than entrance 1, but is the road itself any different? The road bed they're proposing?
Yeah, the developer can speak to the specifics of the proposed street configuration, the lane width, all of that.
Like to know.
But it would be expanded. And I'll just add that the intersection improvements at Dana Road and Tracy Grove Road similarly are reliant on existing right of way, or they would have to acquire additional right of way. So any of these improvements that are in DOT right of way are something that will have to be explored and figured out. And if they're part of the conditions of any approval, they would have to be done. And if they can't be done, the project would be coming back through the process as a modification to the approved site plan.
Any other questions for city staff? I do have one. Has the city seen a memorandum of understanding between the developer and Conserving Carolina?
We have not. We did hear a presentation at the tree board, and they have a representative from Conserving Carolina here tonight.
Okay. Thank you. I just didn't know if the city staff had seen it or not.
We have not seen any specifics yet.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Manley. Would the developer like to come up and speak about the project?
You have any specific questions?
So you're opening it up for questions now?
We do have the traffic engineer here, and the response back about it was unreasonable, the request, it's actually, the timing of it was like 4:30 in the afternoon on this past Friday, or it was just, he couldn't respond quick enough for this meeting to be able to answer some of the questions. That was one of the regards on, on the updating of the analysis on the traffic, because it had been submitted a couple of times, but then around 4:32 PM this past Friday, they said we need this more information on analysis. And so that was one of the issues.
So you're willing to redistribute the
We can
traffic,
look into that. Yeah, and I got
but you wouldn't have it ready for this meeting.
correct. There's no way to, I mean.
Well, that's okay. I
Everything.
don't have any other.
Well, how does
Go ahead.
he redistribute the traffic? It's a piece of paper. It's speculating on where it's going to go, but there's not going to be any forcing of anyone to use any exit or entrance.
Right, but I think 80% and 20% is not
And-
reasonable.
If I might, sort of address, I don't know how to use this thing, so, but,
Oh, there we go.
yeah, there we go. What would happen is that only the people turning left out of that, what we're calling access one, would be affected. So those people would come down to here and come out, or here and come back in. The other thing being, how can I go back on there we go. That's what I was actually looking for.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We're referring to it as
I
Wilmot.
was looking, basically, we're moving on the outbound traffic, 20 cars, I believe. And I'd have to actually look before I said from here to here. And about 30 from here. On the inbound, we're moving 30 over here. Now, would that require a right turn lane here if we get it? Quite possibly. But the timing of the request was just utterly unreasonable.
So you're waiting for a response.
Pardon?
Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
You are waiting for a response?
I'm not sure that that is the case. I mean,
Waiting on our
From who, Barbara?
from whom is the question?
From whatever you said, the
Oh, yeah, the
North
response.
Carolina DOT?
No, the
I think
response-
I've lost the concept of what we're talking about at the very moment.
Oh, okay, I
Are
understand.
we talking about the right turn lane?
So
So
we're talking about redistributing the traffic,
for the study,
not to
for the
read-
TIA review,
whether or not to redo the report in its entirety. And that, we began this process in December and worked with your staff, with DOT through the process. And, I believe this draft of the report went to staff about the 25th of April. And to say, at this point, what we've looked at, it's just a little off-putting, I'm sorry. I understand your position, but to have it come back at 4:30 on a Friday and say, well, we've got to have this, or you can't go forward, is just a little off-putting to me, I'm sorry.
But you're the traffic
Yes,
expert.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why you think that 80% of the traffic would use access number one when most of the living units are closer to access number two?
I believe what that was based upon was the original site plan, which did not have access number one.
But then why?
We've gone through three site plans on this thing.
But how long would it take to redo it?
I'm looking at mid-June before I can promise anything.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, that's just that is given what my current workload is.
Did I hear correctly that the whole issue might be a right turn lane at the Wilmont entrance? Is that the whole,
A decel, yeah.
that's the whole issue we're talking
The
about?
way it's designed now, I believe there's a right turn lane at the second entrance.
Yeah, there's a right turn. We added a right turn lane here. And what this would do would move that right, would possibly move that right turn lane back here.
Right turn into. Yeah, we're
Yes.
calling that, what you just called number two. I think we've been calling number one today.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well,
Yes,
let's be
access
consistent.
number
Yeah.
one, yes.
Yes,
You're
that's
right.
what we've been calling
Move it from
access number
number one, back up here to access number two. That's correct.
Yeah,
But why, I just don't understand why a study would be performed with 80% of the traffic utilizing an entrance and an exit that doesn't serve the majority of the living unit.
But once again, we vetted that through your staff,
Right.
through your traffic consultant, and through NCDOT.
It just seems like it was a waste of time and money though. Well, I mean, why would you take 80% of the traffic and put it
Well,
where?
as I say, when we began the process, that made sense. Someone should have caught it earlier in the
Okay.
process.
Okay, I got you.
And I asked the question earlier that they deflected to you is, are the roads themselves, the in and out roads going to be any different in width? Because you have a wider easement or you own the land perhaps up on this one at Wilmot.
Let's see.
Are the width of the roads any different, one or the other?
At either access
Yes, yes,
one or access number two because of any improvements we make.
yes. Sir.
I don't believe so. If you move, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's his department, not mine. He's a site civil.
Good afternoon, John Kennard. I've been before y'all before. Yes, Wilmot will be a little bit wider. I believe it'll be 26 feet total. Entrance number one. The narrower one will be 20 feet.
Because 20 is all
all we can
have. What is that's an easement or do you own that land?
They own it, but this is a small
It's
sliver.
literally just 20.
Total of 30 feet
It's-
wide.
Yeah,
correct?
30 and change feet wide.
30 feet wide.
Did I read somewhere in this thick document that that's going to be a condition or a variance to what is required for a road normally, not manly?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so our subdivision standards require particular right-of-way widths and then street profiles.
Which is,
Right-of-way width is 45 feet. The street profile is
I think they're 11.
11-foot lanes. So,
To a
Yeah.
9-foot lane
So-
easily within the 30 feet. I mean, that's.
so the condition is to allow for the construction of the street as proposed within the right-of-way that they have.
Well, the gentleman, I think just said 20 feet. Now you're saying it could be 22. You have 30.
Right.
I don't know what the topography.
Pavement, how much pavement can we?
I think we could get 22.
Yeah.
That would possibly help,
Yeah.
you know, to commit to that.
The other thing being Wilmot is how wide now?
I believe Wilmot's a little less than 20 feet currently.
Currently, yeah. Which we're improving Wilmot.
And you're in widening that
Widening
Wilmot
that.
to
26.
26. And the other one is going to be two-way street, correct?
Correct.
At 20 feet.
I think we agreed to do 22 feet,
22
which
feet.
would meet the,
Okay.
Any other questions for the developer? I do have,
Oh, I have one.
go ahead, Barbara.
I was just, and I have two questions. One is height of the buildings in our report, are they 2 or 3 or 3 or 4?
there's a mix. Some of the interior buildings are 3 stories on both sides.
Okay,
The building to the very north, which is adjoining the existing neighborhood, that's a 2-3 split. So it'll be 2 floors on the side that's adjacent to the neighborhood, 3 floors internally.
At the bottom of the hill.
Yep.
so they're all 2, 3.
Yes, 2-3, not 3-4. 2-3
Okay.
is correct.
And the other question, in looking at all the site plans, is there a dumpster unit in, I see one in the front, one here. I don't see a dumpster for the back set of apartments, is there?
No, there would just be one. Well, I think we have 2.
You have 2 up at,
2. That's
two.
correct.
so that's it.
That's correct. Yes.
And would the single homes have their own garbage can?
Yeah, they'll have their own. That's correct.
Your city, correct?
Yes. Yep.
City rollouts. Any other questions? I think I do have one. I guess I'm struggling a little bit understanding. So on February the 14th, which was a Monday, at the planning board meeting, this project was brought in front of this board. And we talked about it, discussed it, presentations, questions, for almost probably 2 hours. And when Mr. Washburn didn't like the way the conversation was going, he withdrew his application. Am I to understand that you're bringing basically the same project back to us 2 months later? And can you explain that to me? Because I'm really struggling to understand that.
Yeah, from what I understood, the gentleman, Neil, made the request to
Yes.
deny it on traffic, environmental, and affordable housing, which we really didn't have a good grasp on those 3 items. We didn't have anybody here to speak to the environmental. The traffic was still up in the air. Some of the things we would need to improve, like the right turn lane off of Dana onto Tracy Grove. We didn't know if there was room to do that, and some of the other improvements on traffic. So that's been addressed, and we're still addressing that. The other thing with regard to environmental, I have somebody from Conserving Carolinas here, and that seems to be a topic which I can understand for the environmental aspect of it. And in affordable housing, we've got that being addressed as well. So that's why it should have actually been deferred instead of withdrawn, so we could get those questions answered.
So we held another neighborhood compatibility meeting?
We did.
Okay, because when I saw it on the agenda, I expected to see something different about the site plan. And honestly, I was dumbfounded that the same project was being brought to us 2 months later that we'd already talked about for a couple of hours, and, you know, withdrawing the application because you don't like the way the conversation is going. I have a little problem with that too. So you have answers now on the memorandum of understanding with Conserving Carolina?
Yes.
Can you speak to that?
I brought Tom Ponzo here from Conserving Carolina.
May I pass out a site plan that we have?
Sure.
Commissioner Cromar, while he's doing that, I wanted to point out, you asked a question about the dumpster locations. And our Public Works Department does have some standards. And so they would review it for the final site plan approval to ensure that they had enough dumpsters per units and met our city standards. So there could be some minor modifications.
Didn't ask about parking. I did, excuse me.
Is there a way we can,
Oh, let him go, I'm sorry.
is there a way we can project this so the folks out here can see it or no? No?
We don't have a digital version of that.
Okay.
But we can use, as you can see, it's the same basic shape as the track.
Yeah, I
shown
see
on the
that.
screen.
I see that, yeah.
Close. And you,
Yeah.
I'll speak louder. First of all, my name, I'm Tom Ponzo, Land Protection Director at Conserving Carolina. I've been there since 2004. And I just want to thank Mr. Washburn and thank you for making some time for the Conservancy this afternoon to talk about what we think is a great opportunity for us. Looking at the map that's on the screen, and there's obviously a lot of floodplain on this tract. And looking at the plan I handed to you, which was authored for us by Jennings Environmental, which is a professional engineering company that is a contractor of the Conservancy. So we hired Greg Jennings to make this for us. You see, there are ditches tracing through the floodplain. Now, those ditches were part of the past agricultural history of the tract. I mean, I'm just stating the obvious, but those ditches were put in place to move water off the tract to enhance the cattle pasture that was there. And cattle were grazed until a few years ago. So the reason we have been interested in this tract since the late 1990s. Where you spoke about the natural heritage values of the tract, and that's why. On the southeastern corner of the tract, there is a state rare plant conservation preserve. So the state of North Carolina owns an adjoining few acres because that's all that's left of a very rare bog. And I'm not at liberty to discuss the rare plants that are there. That's sensitive information, but it's of high interest to us. For that reason, because of that bog, there and some other bogs in Western North Carolina, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, and this might ring a bell for you, in 2015, they announced the first National Wildlife Refuge in Southern Appalachia. And we were thrilled that we could be a part of that. Now, you may be used to National Wildlife Refuges like Okefenokee or the big wildlife refuges near Savannah and in South Carolina that cover hundreds of thousands of acres. The Mountain Bogs National Wildlife Refuge consists of satellite properties. Wetlands in the mountains typically are small. Maybe they go up to 20 acres in some places. This tract owned by the Thomas family, I think it again speaks to the natural heritage values. It is in what's called the Conservation Partnership Area for the Mountain Bogs National Wildlife Refuge. Now, for us to add land to the refuge, it doesn't have to be owned by the federal government. It can be owned by a private party if they put permanent conservation restrictions on the land, and if the Conservancy, which would hold those restrictions, partners with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on protection of the wetland resources there. So we're thrilled that we have the opportunity finally, after almost 20 years, to finally work in this floodplain. What Greg Jennings, and he wishes he could be here, he could not be here. What he reminded me about this plan, and you see that this is basically, he's showing the area of interest. We will be restoring some wetland there, and we may have the opportunity, and it will require a lot of study, we don't know yet, to increase the bog habitat there next to the state of North Carolina's land. That can only be done with some very detailed, what's called microtopography, microtopographical studies that you hire a surveyor to do it. And to do that, we have to get a grant. So Greg put together this plan. We have sent it into the North Carolina Land and Water Fund to apply for funding for some restoration, but a lot of enhancement of the existing wetland and hydrological resources that are in the floodplain. Greg, the reason why he decided that there wouldn't be as much restoration here as we initially thought. Restoration means bringing in heavy equipment and actually recreating habitat. These ditched wetlands, although the topography has been changed, if they were plugged, which is a simpler fix than we often see in the projects we work on, if they were plugged, they could become functioning wetlands again and really do a good job of bringing back the habitat that we have lost through the past cattle grazing on this site. So that's called enhancement. So when you don't change the topography, you're just restoring function. That's called enhancement of the resource that's there. So that's a good thing because it saves us money. That grant is pending. We'll find out in September whether it's been awarded. We're very comfortable in our relationship with Mr. Washburn that we will have multiple attempts to raise other dollars for this site and to enhance its use. Now, that is the floodplain resource there toward you'll see inside the yellow line, it takes in a band of upland right on the edge of the floodplain. What Greg has designed for that area, and we're delighted to be able to work with Mr. Washburn on this, would be pollinator habitat. Some people call it early successional habitat. It's an area that would be mowed periodically, somewhere between 1 to every 5 years. So there would be a rich array of native wildflowers and other plants to provide nectar and pollen for pollinators, which in turn can help not only backyard gardeners, but also other agricultural operations in our area because pollinators are really suffering and the tree board was really, I think, delighted to hear about that added benefit. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Any questions for Mr. Fanslow?
Would you mind holding the map up in front of the microphone? We actually have a camera that could zoom in on it, pointed that way.
Like-
Yes,
There we go.
here you go.
There we go.
As far as it goes.
Go ahead, Neil.
Regarding the endangered and just relatively unique organisms there already, what specific monitoring will be done during construction? Who will be doing it? And what happens if excess silt, excess chemicals, et cetera, start filtering into this endangered area?
Great question. First of all, about the drainage pattern. So Greg Jennings, our engineer, he's retired faculty, NC State University. And he's trained most of the restoration professionals in the state of North Carolina during his long tenure at NC State. He evaluated stormwater. Now, he was only looking, sorry.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. You can put it
May I
back.
put it down?
Yeah, absolutely.
He only looked at the stormwater mitigation measures and best management practices being implemented from our point of view, which is protecting those natural heritage values that you just addressed. Based on his opinion, we don't believe that the stormwater coming off the development will impact the plant conservation preserve habitat where the rare bog is, or that area adjacent to it on the Thomas property that might potentially offer us the opportunity to expand that rare bog habitat.
I don't find a lot of comfort in that, to be honest.
Noted. As far as the monitoring is concerned, again, we're partners with the United States Fish and Wildlife Service as well as the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission. Both the state and the federal agency have been deeply involved in our other projects with the National Wildlife Refuge. So we'll all be working together on this. And then you asked about future
Okay,
monitoring.
I asked for specifics on monitoring.
Yeah, well, we monitor all.
What
of
will you be monitoring and who
we're-
will be?
We're accredited by the Land Trust Alliance, so we monitor every single property that is conserved by us at least once a year. And for sites that have rare habitats, for example, Okawaha Bog, which is next to the Shanaloop subdivision, that's an unincorporated Henderson County. That's a 30-acre restoration project, again, a rare bog. And I can tell you that at that bog, it's critically endangered bunched arrowhead, which is a rare plant that's only found in Henderson County, North Carolina, and Greenville County, South Carolina, nowhere else in the world. We brought that plant back from a ditch in a tomato field, and it's thriving there. That's monitored several times a year, so much more than once.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm evidently not being clear. What specific things are you monitoring and how are you monitoring them? What are you testing? What are you measuring?
So at the restoration project at Okawaha, for example, there are monitoring.
I care about this, not Oklawaha. What do you intend to test and measure here to make sure it's not going downhill as an accidental result of the construction?
I can't answer that question. Greg Jennings would have to answer that question.
Any other questions?
You have
I
a question?
do.
Go ahead.
Is-
Go ahead, John.
All right.
We'll get to you next.
What I call the Thomas Swamp, I think I heard the name Eubank Swamp along the Highway 64. That's part of this property, correct?
That is part of the Thomas property. That's right.
That's being sold. I don't hear any talk or hardly any talk on that swamp.
Good question.
Why aren't we talking about that swamp? It's a bog, it's a bog, it's a swamp, it's full of all kinds of interesting things.
Yes.
Why aren't we talking about that?
It's not in the blue area because we don't need to touch it. Again, Greg and his team took a look at it, and if it's not broken, why fix it? And that swamp is doing a great job being the way it is. So we will work with Mr. Washburn on obtaining a conservation easement on it to make sure that there aren't alterations to it by anyone. That includes the state of North Carolina. But the reason why it's not shaded in on this diagram is because it's doing a good job just the way it is. It doesn't need our.
Is that, this is a question for staff, is that swamp part of the open space? Is it necessary? It's used in these calculations?
It's It's a component of the calculations, yeah.
And to your knowledge, do we have enough open space without the use of that swamp? Any quick comment on that?
No.
What I'm just getting at while you're pondering that question is there just some way that this swampland could be conveyed to conserving Carolina? That's what I'm trying to wonder here.
Well, yeah, in the conversation, actually, look, if you look at it from our perspective, yeah, it seems odd the Conservancy's here with the developer. And we're trusting you folks to make sure that what happens on the upland is sound is good for the community and obviously well within the bounds of the law, that you have that expertise. We have been focused on this floodplain, like I said, for 20 years. And we're thrilled to have the opportunity to finally work on it. When Mike Washburn initially called me, they wanted to give us the floodplain in fee simple title. That means we would own it.
Right.
But as you know, and you just asked the question, that causes an issue. Would they be able to have the upland density that they need? But we would be thrilled to take fee simple title to any land that was available for us in the floodplain.
Okay.
Absolutely thrilled.
All right, well, they're maybe going to think on that.
Thank you for asking the question.
So go ahead, Barbara, in the meantime.
Excellent question. Very good, John. Is there any, are there any precautions that can be initiated by the contractor to stop any silt coming in, or, what do you call it, material fence or a drain that goes another way, in order to have restrictions, as Neil said, as to what's going into this area?
That's a great question. And at the risk of bringing up another example, but if that's okay, I do want to state how we've done it before. On Pleasant Grove Road, we bought 140 acres that was going to be part of the now defunct Seven Falls development. And we're really thrilled. And if you happen to be traveling in that part of the county in the next few months, you're going to see some big changes to the floodplain there, because we're going to do a major restoration of that floodplain. We've got all the money in hand, and we're waiting for some final permits from U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. But my point about that is it won't be the entire 140 acres, because 40 acres of that site had already been filled and graded by, Mr. Vincent, who ended up in federal prison. That land was not suitable for conservation. I mean, yeah, you could restore it, but if you look at the cost benefit ratio of restoring 40 acres of filled and graded material, land that has all that material on it, that money would be better spent on another site. So we sold that to Bright Farms, which has a greenhouse there. Now, I have heard some complaints about the light that comes from the greenhouse, which was something we didn't expect. But as far as the actual construction of the greenhouse, which I think is what you're getting at, is what can we do to protect the floodplain from the upland construction? Again, our engineer, Greg Jennings, he worked with their engineer. They looked at, originally their plan was to pipe the stormwater directly in the French Broad River, because someone had told them, get it off the site as soon as possible, and that's the best way to handle it, which of course is not that's not the way it's handled. So we worked with them, told them what our concerns were, and the two engineers worked it out. We're not there yet with Mr. Washburn, except I can tell you that Mr. Washburn and his team invited our engineer on site with the plans to look at the stormwater mitigation. And I probably don't have the nuts and bolts to satisfy everyone on the board, but we have a high degree of confidence. That's the best I can say. And Greg Jennings would be happy to take the questions from any board member. I know that. But yes, so there are ways to handle that. Of course, there are state laws as well as city regulations, I assume, for.
There's most definitely state laws about silt fencing and good construction practices.
And it goes way beyond silt fencing to bioretention ponds, temporary ones and permanent ones. And you can, if you want to take a crash course in that type of site stabilization during construction, drive down I-26 right now. I mean, I'm watching it every day on my commute, so.
My opinion is, yes, there's all these rules in place, Barbara. Doesn't mean they don't break down at times.
But
No one.
I just want to say though, if you got the Conservancy there, people tend to, because we're not there by ourselves. I mean, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, they're going to be coming on site to look at it with us because this would be part of the National Wildlife Refuge, even though Mike will be the owner, and then this Wildlife Resources Commission, their biologists will be coming on site. There's going to be a lot of hearing eyes. So look, you can discount what I'm about to say, but if I were a developer, this would not be the project where I'm going to skimp on the best management practices, BMPs, as we call them.
Right. Any other questions? I do have one, I'm sorry. But so in your professional opinion, and obviously most folks, most of the supporters of Conserving Carolina, most folks on staff at Conserving Carolina are probably somewhat anti-development. Fair statement?
I wouldn't say anti-development
Okay.
because we've got to live someplace.
I understand.
And you know, the reason I have to live in Asheville is because, look, this is perfectly true. I live at a place called the Grove at Appledorn. It's done, it was put up by the developer. He's the same guy to redevelop the Crest building in downtown Asheville. And he said, yeah, I want to create a place for workforce housing. That was back in 2006 when I bought my condo. And I couldn't find something like that in Hendersonville. So I'm gonna have to disagree.
I guess
don't
that was the
think-
wrong term than anti-development, but perhaps most folks at Conserving Carolina would rather see the top part of the property stay in its natural state as well.
Correct. If we look at, and again, you got to go back to that cost benefit ratio. If you don't build housing here, where are you going to build it? Is it going to put it out further? Is that going to be sprawl? And I think that's the best answer.
And what I was trying to get to is, you said for 20 years, you've been looking at this bog, this 120 some odd acres,
the floodplain,
the
yes, sir.
floodplain to conserve it. Does this opportunity presenting itself offset the development on the top part of the property in your professional opinion? Or let's put it this way. If Conserving Carolina could buy this property, but the only way they could make it work out financially is to sell off the developable part of the property.
Like we did with the Bright Farms.
Like you did over in
Pleasant
East
Grove,
Flat Rock
Yes, we would do
with the
that.
bog behind Hillendale.
Yes, we would do that.
You would do that. Okay. That was where that's what I was trying to get to.
They had every chance to buy it. It's been for sale for 20 years and they didn't buy it. So
I
I don't know if
understand.
that's fair to say, yes, we would. 'cause
Well, I mean,
we didn't.
If they could make it work out financially. So that's hypothetical.
so our dollars are driven by conservation.
They didn't, I
value.
understand, but
The dollars we get are driven by conservation value. So you got really rich conservation values in the floodplain. But honestly, from what I've read, heard, and seen of the upland, it's replaceable habitat. Now, that may be offensive to some people in the room, and I understand that you fall in love with the landscape and a sense of place, and I'm sorry for that. I wish but people have to have a place to live. So we've got an opportunity here. If we don't get the floodplain, if this doesn't work out, then those ditches, that wetland doesn't come back, that pollinator habitat isn't put in, and that could be turned into lawn, playing fields. People need soccer fields, but we just think that the opportunity here to recreate that natural heritage, it used to be spread throughout the Mud Creek Basin, is really important. Plus, you've got the state plant conservation preserve right next door, so.
thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Any other questions for the development team?
Matt may
It's
have
going
an
to provide an answer to, so if the swamp was taken out of the open space calculations, you'd still have almost 70% open space because they're at 86% now. So they're well beyond the 60 that's required.
I just think that would be an appropriate thing to consider doing if this moves forward, is to donate that to the Conservancy.
Would make sense.
Yeah.
Do you have any more questions for me?
Any more questions?
I'll sit down.
Thank you.
I appreciate your questions so much. I mean, they need to be asked, and I appreciate it.
All right,
Thank you for getting up here and facing me.
we'll go ahead and open public comment at this point. So,
Ashley McCoy with, she's the executive director of the Housing Assistance Corporation, is online on the virtual if you have anything regarding affordable housing. Question.
Neil, you had mentioned that in the first meeting.
I mentioned that the price points of this do not
Address.
address the need for workforce or affordable housing for current residents of the state of Hendersonville.
Mr. Washburn, why don't you explain to the board what you have proposed with housing assistance?
We're proposing to sell them lots at a deep discount so they can build affordable housing. And Ashley McCoy is available on the Zoom meeting, the virtual portion of it.
Okay.
And they have a certain price that they can pay so that they can produce houses at the affordable price point. And that we're willing to do that. And we're structuring a deal with them to provide some affordable housing, but it would be for sale houses.
Okay, how many lots? What kind of price points on the lots?
The price point on the lots
On the lots.
is going to be $40,000 and it's 6 lots.
6 lots at 40,000. Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
And the owner is fully agreeable with that.
The owner being me?
Yes,
Yes.
you're fully agreeable. That could be a condition and you
Correct.
wouldn't have a problem with
Yeah,
it.
that's fine.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we're going to go ahead and open up public comment, just to get a gauge for how many folks in the room today want to speak about this project. If you could just raise your hand if you're planning on speaking. 2? Okay.
And I'm the attorney for the developer, so I'll finish up after everyone's done. If the board has time.
Traditionally, we go with the developer.
I'm happy to go now and do it.
Yeah.
Or reserve
Okay.
time for rebuttal.
Yeah, he should go now.
He should.
Okay, you should really go now then.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name's Brian Golden. I'm an attorney in Asheville. I'm assisting Mr. Washburn in this application. Certainly, I'm not an expert in engineering or conserving Carolina land preservation, but what I do know about is planning and the laws as it relates to zoning and conditional rezoning, which is what we're here for today. Right, and the statutory references that allow conditional rezoning are contained under Chapter 160D 703 and 160D 604 of North Carolina General Statutes. And what it says briefly, and I'm going to hand these up and then I'll be able to hold them up and you can zoom in on them since I didn't give you an electronic copy. But I want to hand you some documents that come straight out of Hendersonville's long-range comprehensive plan, the 2030 comprehensive plan. And oh, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. You bet. And so the comprehensive plan does a good guide, right? It's not legislative, it's not enforceable, or it doesn't have the force of a statute. It's not like a speed limit. It's just a guide. It's a suggestion on where this municipality wants to grow up into 2030. And it does a lot of things. It addresses a significant number of areas of which Mr. Manley talked about. It talks about population and housing, the natural environment and resources, community facilities, transportation, and land use development. And one of the things that developers look at when they are considering development in a municipality is the long range, the land development plan or the land use plan. Why? Because in the introduction of your land use plan, it says it's a guide to be used by city staff, developers, and the citizens. City staff can make laws and regulations as it relates to accomplish the goals of the land use plan, the long range plan. Developers can look at it to see where the city wants to grow, and residents can look at it to see where the city is going to grow or it's intended to grow. And what I did is I just made copies of one of the maps in the the long range plan. And it has highlighted in blue right in the middle the proposed site. And why did I highlight that? Because in the key out to the side, the area of the proposed development is marked in this orange gray or orange brownish color. And what is that? That is Hendersonville's determination that there are development opportunities at that site. Right there, the key is off to the side right here, and it talks about development opportunities. So as a developer coming in and looking, you're like, where are the development opportunities inside city limits of the city of Hendersonville? Right there in the middle where I marked is a prime opportunity for develop. Not that the developer made that determination, the municipality, Hendersonville, made that determination, that that was an opportunity for development. Again, the next page that I flipped to is, again, a map straight out of your land development or your long-range plan. And again, right in the middle, highlighted in blue with an X on it, is the proposed site. Why is that important? Because again, the city of Hendersonville decided that that area slated for potential development should be a medium intensity neighborhood. Again, that's not what the developer said, and that's not what we had anticipated. It is when the developer comes to the city of Hendersonville, they look at all of these aspects of the land use map, and there is potential development for medium intensity neighborhoods. And again, the future land use map then tells you what does medium density require? What does it look like? What it's supposed to be done out there in medium density neighborhoods. And the medium density neighborhood is to provide a transition between high and low intensity neighborhoods while providing a wide range of housing formats and price points. The developers talked about that. The price points and the development. We talked about dedicating at an extremely reasonable price, 6 lots for affordable or workforce housing. The medium density neighborhood goes on and says, what's the primary use? Single family attached and detached residential with a secondary use of multi-family residential along roadways designated as major thoroughfares or boulevards. And what's important is when you look at the site plan, we are right here along a boulevard. Mr. Manley said that the site itself abuts 64 Four Seasons Boulevard. That's exactly where these medium intensity neighborhoods are supposed to be. And interestingly enough, in your zoning ordinance says these types of neighborhoods that are multifamily are to be accessed off of minor or major thoroughfares. So that's the zoning ordinance is by law. We've got to follow that. The long-range plan, the comprehensive plan is this big umbrella that covers everything, and all the ordinances are designed to accomplish those goals. But right now, the law of Hendersonville is the zoning ordinance, and it says multifamily residential developments are to occur on minor or major thoroughfares. And there's no doubt that the primary access that we were talking about, which now we're going to be shifting up, but there is access off of Tracy Grove Road onto this site, which is a minor thoroughfare. Tracy Grove Road is a minor thoroughfare. I think Mr. Manley stated it several times. It's slated for improvement. And the last map that I have shows the site again, the location highlighted in blue with the X that shows where it abuts Highway 64 and where the access is going to be off of Tracy Grove Road, which is a minor thoroughfare. Interestingly enough, there is a difference in really what the long range, the comprehensive plan talks about access, or strike that. The subdivision ordinance that you all have talks about access. The long range comprehensive plan talks about location, and that's different, right? The comprehensive plan says these multifamily sites have to be located along a boulevard or a major thoroughfare. But again, the subdivision ordinance regulates the street access. And on one of the very last page that I submitted to you all, flip to the left page, it is a provision out of your subdivision ordinance. And at the very top, it says, in cases where a tract of land abutting an expressway or a boulevard street is proposed for a subdivision, and there's no doubt this is proposed for a subdivision. We can see it up there on the site plan. All the lots created shall maintain sufficient frontage on a different street, either pre-existing or created as part of the subdivision, so that direct access to lots need not be provided by the expressway or boulevard street. And why do they do that? Because if you dig deep into the land use and the comprehensive plan, what they want is that multifamily development to have ease of access onto the boulevard, but not direct access. So here you have hand in glove. You've got the subdivision ordinance taking on and regulating exactly what the long range, the comprehensive plan wants. And that is close to all of these sites, close to easy access to a boulevard or a highway, but not direct access on it. Why? Safety. It just makes sense. And so we have today and last month for several hours heard about this site plan. The road's been changed. We'll have to run a new site plan if that's what this board wants. It may not be within by May 16th, which was in that email that was sent to us last Friday. But the idea is we have changed this plan, modified it based upon what was stated before. We satisfy, as Mr. Manley said, we satisfy the conditions and the goals of the land use plan, especially chapter number 7 when it talks about land use and development. We're putting it where the city has asked us to put it. We're putting it in the density that they have allowed, right? That medium density neighborhood is 2 to 8 units per acre. That's what it requires, 2 to 8 units per acre. We're doing it at 2.8 units per acre. That would change slightly if in fee we gave away the swamp, but it wouldn't change it enough to create over 8. It was this city's idea to have this kind of development in this exact location. And it may not be where this board thinks it should be, but it is exactly, I'm telling you, this exactly where the city of Hendersonville says it needs to be. And so we would ask for a favorable recommendation, consideration of conditions, right? Conditions so that you can address any adverse effects that may happen on adjoining property. We're making improvements to the road. Wilmot will make full service access. We're putting in a deceleration lane on Tracy Groves Road. We're putting in a right-hand turn lane off of Dana onto Tracy Grove Road. Those are necessary improvements for the growth of a municipality, the sustained growth of a municipality. Other development is going to build off of this development. And all we are asking for is that you give us the opportunity to show you it can be done and it can be done correctly. Thank you.
Any other questions? I do have one more question then for Mr. Washburn. Yes, sir.
Mike, come on up.
So I'm to understand that after 2 hours on the 14th, we brought this gentleman in to explain to us a document that we use all the time. Is that correct? And where is the access to Four Seasons Boulevard from your development?
There is no access to.
Okay,
Four Seasons.
thank you. And then,
And-
yes, sir, let me have you read for me one more time. The primary use of a medium intensity neighborhood, the primary use.
Sure, and I'd like to address, I'm
Primary.
going to get to that, and I'm going to address your issue. Where is the access onto Four Seasons Boulevard? Your subdivision ordinance doesn't allow us to have access in new development off of onto Four Seasons Boulevard.
But that's the major thoroughfare.
Correct. Four
And you're
Seasons, Four
utilizing
Seasons,
for your
Four
argument.
Seasons is a boulevard. And
Where's the access though? To the neighborhood, to this neighborhood?
off of Tracy Grove Road, which is a minor thoroughfare, which your zoning ordinance specifically says access to this multifamily development has to be off of a minor or major thoroughfare. And I can read it to you, and I've,
No, I'd ask for the primary use of a medium intensity neighborhood, primary use.
it's going to say single family detached. All right. And I'm happy to point to the site plan. I don't want to argue with you.
This
But there-
board utilizes this document all the time.
Correct.
Okay.
And when this board asks, where's our access onto Four Seasons Boulevard?
Right.
It would help if the board from straight out of the subdivision ordinance understood that your subdivision ordinance doesn't allow access onto that road. It just says we can't have access onto it. And on that last page, when you look at it again, it says it has do's and don'ts. And one of the don'ts is having access to lots straight off of a boulevard, an expressway or a boulevard. And so when you're talking about the comprehensive plan as this global overall umbrella that all of the land use regulations, subdivision, zoning, and otherwise are designed to accomplish, we have to abide by the law to accomplish the greater goal. And by abiding by the law, we are prohibited in a multifamily development from having access onto that boulevard. And in fact, it sends us to Tracy Grove Road by declaring that a minor thoroughfare. And that's required in the zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one more question then for staff before we open up public comment. Does widening Wilmont make it a minor thoroughfare?
No.
By widening Wilmont Drive, does that make it a minor thoroughfare?
So the standards in the subdivision ordinance that we're using are for a minor thoroughfare. The minor thoroughfare is established by the comprehensive plan. And if there is a conflict between the comprehensive plan and a zoning or ordinance change that council adopts, it by default amends the comprehensive plan. So the short answer is yes, that by making the change and adopting an ordinance approving the project, that the comprehensive plan's associated documents would be amended.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff.
Sure, go ahead.
Directly on that, Lou, is the entrance to the site, the intersection of Wilmont and Tracy Grove, or is it that departure from Wilmont into the subdivision?
So both of those will be public streets. The entrance to the subdivision and to the parcel, you're crossing into that new property at the intersection of Wilmont and the development at what would be the western sort of section of Wilmont there.
As well as the eastern access
Yeah.
that has direct access to Tracy Grove.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we're going to go ahead and open up. Go ahead,
Just
Barbara.
have one question I didn't hear anybody address. What about parking for the apartments? Is it one per unit?
They were in excess of the minimum parking requirements. That was based on the tree board recommendation for them to remove, since they were in excess of the minimums, to remove anywhere there was a mature tree that was in conflict with their parking plans, that they leave the tree and remove the parking space. The exact numbers we'll have to find for you.
Okay, so it exceeds the need.
It exceeds the minimum. I don't have the
It
exact.
exceeds
One
our
per-
standard. Our
minimum is
standard
one
is
per
1 to
unit.
1.
Right.
Right.
I
Could we-
didn't see it in that.
If we can ascertain that,
So the required parking was 465 spaces, and we're providing 515, maybe slightly less than that now. Maybe 500 thereabouts.
What are the driveway lengths?
Pardon?
Driveway for single family?
Length of the driveway.
I mean, that would vary. I think they're just, if I understand correctly, they're just selling lots. And so that would kind of be up to the individual builder. But there would certainly be at least 2 parking spaces
Oh, all
per
right.
lot.
Sorry.
gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, this time we really are going to open up public comment.
With that before.
If you're in the room and you'd like to speak, please come forward, state your name and address, and let us know what you're thinking.
Good evening. My name is Janet Moore. I live at 305 Delford Court, which is off of Orrs Camp Road. For me, I've been to all of these meetings, and I've watched you guys back in March hear everything and say, this proposal is not acceptable. Is that correct? Basically? And the developer made a slight change to create another entrance exit. But the point, it seems to me, that the elephant in the room is, yes, he's made another exit. Yes, he's going to widen Wilmot, but the number of vehicles that are going, that the people within almost 500 units, the number of vehicles that those people are going to be operating, going in and out several times a day, is not going, would overwhelm Tracy Grove, Dana, Four Seasons. Dana is already backed up with people just trying to get from someplace down Dana Road to Four Seasons. A lot of times you'll wait through 3 traffic lights just trying to get up to make a turn or go straight or whatever. And to me, the number of vehicles that 460 units, the people in those units are going to have, each unit is not going to have 1 vehicle. Most of them are going to have 2. So that's almost 900 vehicles or 800 or something. And they're coming and going and coming and going. And so it seems like to me that it's going to overwhelm. If you allow this proposal to be funded, it's going to overwhelm Tracy Grove, it's going to overwhelm Dana, Four Seasons. People are not going to be able to travel back and forth through these intersections on these roads because they're secondary roads. It's going to be overwhelming because I live in that area and it's already difficult to get down to Four Seasons and down to wherever. So I'm asking you, please consider the number of vehicles and just make a logical choice in terms of the number of vehicles that all these people are going to be driving and coming back and forth several times a day. How are they going to get in and out? When you've got stoplights, yes, you've got turn lanes, yes, but it's going to be overwhelming. All I'm saying is this is not the proper location for a subdivision with this many housing units. And that's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room would like to speak? Come on up and give us your name and address.
I'm Mary Alt, and I live at 209 East Dogwood Lane, which is, Wilmot makes a circle, and I'm the little connecting street there. I just wanted to point out that there were some inconsistencies between Mr. Manley's presentation and some things that were discussed. One of them being the amount of widening of Wilmot at that entrance. And I thought he said it would be 70 foot wide. Am I incorrect on that?
The right of way, not the road.
Not the road, okay.
The right of way
Right of
requirement.
way at the entrance, at the intersection will be 70
Along
feet.
Wilmot to,
From Tracy Grove Road to the access point to the site. Is that correct? 70 feet of right of way?
Okay, what does that mean exactly? How wide is the road? You said 22 to 24 feet.
I don't have the exact lane width. We need to pull it from the subdivision.
Currently
we'll
21
work
feet.
on getting the numbers.
Wilmot is currently 21 feet.
Yeah.
But a right of way would allow for things like sidewalks and utilities and things of that nature.
So the road's not going to be 70 feet
I
wide.
can't imagine. That would be a
That's
wide
huge,
road.
Yeah,
No, it would
That would
not
be a very
all
wide
be
road.
pavement.
that would take half.
That would be an
of this
interstate.
Wooded area.
Yeah.
We'll get you the specifics on, as much specifics as we have in our subdivision ordinance for the configuration within that 70 feet.
But a right of way doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be paved.
Okay, right. No, I'm good. Thank you for clarifying that. The other thing I was curious about, they were talking about the fellow with the traffic plan. He said they were going to move 20 cars from the first entrance to Wilmot and move 30 cars from Wilmot to that entrance. I'm not sure what he was talking about. But Mr. Manley also said that there would be an estimated number of 3,244 trips per day by this new addition. So 20 or 30 cars here or there doesn't seem to make much sense.
Not to speak for the engineer, but I imagine he was speaking to peak hour traffic.
Peak hour
Yeah,
number of trips.
So peak hour trips are trips that occur within a specific window of time. They're not reflective of the entire day's travel.
And that's all just a guesstimation.
It's based on, and I would turn this over to the traffic engineer, but it's based on a manual of traffic engineer design that they use to do traffic impact analysis.
He also said that he didn't think his study would be finished until the middle of June. And it's my understanding that the council will meet about this on the 2nd of June. Is that correct?
Yeah, this would come up at the next city council meeting, which would be the first Thursday in June.
And he was, because of his schedule now, he doesn't think he's going to be able to finish that study until the middle of June. So looks like we're going to be needing some more information
That's up to the city council to decide if they want to
if they want to delay it or
vote
not.
on it or not.
And the fellow from Conserving Carolina was correct. I am disappointed that he terms the habitat as replaceable or replaceable habitat for the white squirrels and the birds and the things that we are so protective of in that area. And I do understand that we have a right to build, and I do understand that there is a need for housing. That's all, you know, it's been true since we've been having communities, but perhaps this is a unique enough area with the wetlands and with the bogs and the habitat that it maybe a different sort, a different picture of what might be built. Maybe the single family housing units would be a great addition to that area, but not necessarily a 300 unit apartment building. And perhaps there might be other ways of resolving this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anybody else like to speak? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Mary West. I live at 444 Tracy Grove Road and 446 Tracy Grove Road. My parents built a home at 444. They deceased. They left it to me. I built a home at 446. Just an observation for the traffic, and I know that that's been mentioned before ad nauseum, but I just want to give you a live example of that. On Friday, April 29th at 4:30 p.m., I'm on Tracy Grove Road, turning left onto Dana Road. The traffic light is red at Four Seasons. I'm in one of the two turn lanes to go into town. The traffic going out of town was stopped beyond I know at the traffic light at CVS and possibly beyond at the entrance to the mall. The traffic was backed up almost to that first bridge past the rental place there on the left. Nobody could go anywhere. There was not any event that was going on. There was not a garden jubilee. There was not anything that was bringing the traffic in or out. That was Friday afternoon. I would think that that's true on every Friday afternoon and weekdays. Balfour Parkway in the past was a plan that was to take traffic off of 64 and divert it to 191 to relieve traffic on 64 on Four Seasons. That didn't happen. More construction has occurred since then. There's a 264 housing apartment complex on South Allen that's going to add more traffic onto Tracy Grove Road, onto Dana Road. At the traffic light on Dana Road, turning onto Tracy Grove, no one's mentioned anything about if you're on Dana Road and you're going to Four Seasons, you're going west, and you want to turn left onto Tracy Grove Road. I have experienced several times where I've had to run the red light. I've had to force myself into the intersection because traffic going east on Dana is such that you don't get through. So that's more traffic, or that's just more congestion. Mr. Washburn mentioned that he would do, he was in talks with someone with affordable housing for the 6 lots at $40,000 a lot. And Mr. Brown, you asked the question, was the owner agreeable to that? Is it my understanding that the property is owned by the Thomas Family and Trust, and this is all dependent upon the approval of this development? He said he was agreeable to it. Is the Thomas family agreeable to it? That's my question. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the room would like to speak? What about on the Zoom call? If you're on the Zoom call and you'd like to make comments, please use the raise your hand feature.
The 70-foot right of way, they ultimately end up with about 40 feet of pavement with 12-foot lanes and either one side of on-street parking or paved shoulders on either side. And then you would have your sidewalks in addition to that.
Thank you. You got somebody, Tyler? Okay, go ahead. Please state your name and address before you make your comments.
Ken Fitch, 1046 Patton Street. This afternoon, you have for consideration site plans for projects that are dysfunctional for the areas in which they are located. First, we return to this project, for which you responsibly, at length, reviewed its extensive issues, some of which would have major irreversible negative impact. The project returns today essentially the same, except the addition of the now officially proposed entry exit on Tracy Grove Road. This would be a direct point of connection to Tracy Grove Road, but it is also a dangerous one, as testified many months ago at the first neighborhood compatibility meeting, and it will not lessen the severe capacity issues on that rural country road with a generation of over 3,000 daily trips. And the nightmare impact of 1,000 vehicles a day with multiple trips on the Wilmont Community Road remains. As for a Wilmont upgrade to a minor thoroughfare there will not be a minor nightmare for that community. It remains an action hostile to that community. In the interim, the realities of the environmental issues have become more publicly known, with the recognition of the presence of essential unique habitat for an extremely rare, nationally significant endangered species found only on 2 places in the entire world, one of them in Hendersonville and Henderson County at this location, a location heretofore not publicized for purposes of protection. And it is recognized as part of the National Wildlife Refuge System. A National Wildlife Refuge in Hendersonville, North Carolina. A National Wildlife Refuge. In Greenville, they set up an area aside just for this habitat. The problem with this project and its impact on this National Wildlife Refuge is that the unique conditions of soil layering and composition, along with unique hydrology through seepage and flows in delicate interaction, would be fatally compromised by this project in its construction and its presence at this location. Mr. Fonslow said something very critical here. He is trusting you with what is happening in the upland. And the upland here is critical. That is the issue. Altering the upland with impervious surfaces, stormwater management practices, and a development presence can alter the unique subsurface structures and flow in the particular soil. And the character and compositions of that soil is critical to determine the flow and chemistry of the water that then flows into the bog as seeps. Seeps and surface water flow into the areas of the bog that create the unique environment. Now, Conserving Carolina will address that immediate conservation of this nationally significant national wildlife refuge. But look at the site plan. What is going on in the upland? We should need to support this project in protecting the areas contributing to the survival of the bog. While this project property appears from afar or above as an open expanse of property, its salient site-specific properties with their historical and global significance require a specific focus on its unique character. A unique area that has been shielded heretofore by its inaccessibility from major thoroughfares and the presence of a small surrounding neighborhood properties of community. Your original assessments of this project with examination of its complexity and diversity remain valid and in many respects more relevant for a responsible negative recommendation for a project more appropriately established elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Anybody else on the Zoom call? Use the raise your hand feature and we'll unmute you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. This is Lynn Williams, Chadwick Avenue. I wanted to start by letting you know that the residents have been involved in approximately now 30 hours of public meetings over the past 7 months. So you might not get as many public comments here today because a lot of the residents are tired and worn out. So I did decide to come and join and still give public comment and continue this effort. I wanted to also say that we are not anti-development, but we are pro-smart development. I also wanted to say we'd like to resubmit any of the previous minutes from all the meetings, including the ones from when this site was rezoned. The 2 points that the neighbors wanted me to mention was the idea about no multifamily on minor thoroughfares, specifically this small road, that it's too dense and the units per acre is based off of using unbuildable floodplain area. You know, we're asking for organic growth, not cancerous growth. Also, there is no real affordable housing effort here. What I'm hearing is potentially 1% of all of these units will become affordable housing. Is there actually contracts for that? A point made by Mr. Fazio was, as Mr. Fitch also said, it's up to you to decide whether this is the correct development for above this environmentally sensitive habitat. And I want to stress that to you because it is a very important decision as to the health of the endangered species next door, and potentially it could be rehabilitated from the bog below. 3,244 daily trips is a huge increase that will greatly affect this neighborhood. Also note that these numbers of how the traffic's being studied on Tracy Grove, these numbers are pre-COVID, they are not pre-COVID numbers. So we don't have everyone back on the road, back to work. Life is not as normal yet. Let's see. So yes, there is concern about flooding, and looking at also at what might happen with Duncan Heights if they clear cut all those trees. That's going to be in the same exact waterway. I want to make sure that you've taken a look at Dr. Bao's hydrology study specifically for the critical habitat bog. You can find that online. He talks about this hillside seepage and how that's critical. Also, something I wanted to note was when you look at the bog from above, the entire swamp and bog, you see the ditching. And when it does flood, those ditches fill and all of the water is connected. So that entire water body is connected to the bog. So it will be affected. And how, in what ways will that damage the endangered species? Bunched arrowhead, for example, is found in only 2 counties in the entire world. It's very critical habitat. I remember last time at the planning board meeting, there was a request for an environmental study. And once again, we hear that there is one, but can we see it? And how does it compare with Dr. Bao's hydrology study? Previously, the biologist for the heritage program of the bog specifically was against this project, not this project, excuse me, but building the previous project that was proposed here. If you look back in the notes, he was directly against the way that it would affect the bog. So please take note of that, because perhaps now the NC Heritage Program and the US Fish and Wildlife Service don't want to get involved in politics, but you can clearly see what might be best for the health of the bog if you look at previous comments before. I also wanted to briefly discuss conserving Carolina. Originally, the president, Karen Rowe, discussed with myself and one of the neighbors, who some of you might have met, Miss Sawyer, that actually, he previously said that Mr. Jennings was hired by Mr. Washburn, but referred to by Conserving Carolina. I did hear that corrected today, so I don't know how or when that changed or if that ever did change, because I was concerned about a conflict of interest. He also said that they don't advise on the development above, that yes, once again, that would be up to you to decide. Onward. One other important note that I wanted to say was Mr. Rowe also said that that Conserving Carolina could potentially be interested in helping any conservation effort of this land, whether it's Washburn or another community group. So I do ask that you consider what would be best for this land and how could we support Conserving Carolina in the conservation of this. Access number 2, the second interest, is incredibly dangerous. If you drive to that bottom part there and you look to your right, you can see it's a curve. There's no way to look around it. And if you put that left turn lane in, all those cars are going to block the view of cars coming. That means thousands of people a day could be risking their lives just trying to get on the road. And the distribution of the traffic study is very much inaccurate. So it makes it very hard to make accurate judgments upon this. They did have 7 months to prepare. Let's see. And another important point here is, I did hear in some of the points that Mr. Manley was talking about was the preservation of woodlands. And also there is an ordinance to protect white squirrel habitat. On multiple occasions, we saw white squirrels not only in the wooded lot, but we witnessed them, and I have photographs of them at the silos. There's so many white squirrels there. And one last point is Mr. Bo Thomas, for anyone that might not know, he was a local state senator of great renown. He was greatly renowned, specifically for the ridgeline protections laws, as well as he was a huge advocate and proponent for farmers and agricultural land. This property, though, has been spoken as irreplaceable. I do want to also point out that it's not irreplaceable to the animals and that live there. And also, if you look at the soil below where this development is proposed, this soil is actually very, very valuable, especially for growing food and agriculture. Its original use, not the future land use, but the present land use. And I ask you to please help us preserve and enhance this tract of land that is so unique that you can see it from a satellite image. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Anybody else on the Zoom call?
Yeah, we've got one more. If 631-902-0870, asking you to unmute. What do you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have 3 questions.
Okay, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Dr. Regina Vogley, and I'm at 218 Tracy Grove Road.
Okay, thank you.
I have 3 questions. The first one has to do with the amount of pollution that the people on Tracy Grove are going to experience with 1,000 extra cars on the road out right in front of us. I'm not so sure. Are you aware that the prevailing winds blow from the road up into the houses? Are you aware of that? Meaning that pollution, that heavy pollution from all that traffic is going to be brought right up into our homes. Is that anything we've discussed at all? I don't remember hearing it.
I don't remember any discussion about that either. Did you have some other questions for the board?
Yes, I have a second question. When you have buildings that are attached, does the state of North Carolina have rules about firewalls being included between the buildings?
The answer is yes.
That would be handled under the building code.
The answer is yes, but this board doesn't really look at those types of things.
Well, my question is, are firewalls being put in to protect the safety of residents? That's my question.
Multifamily requires firewalls. Single family, not necessarily.
Even if they're attached?
Single family, I mean, by its definition, is not attached.
Jim, at
Right.
the end of the day, it's a building code question.
It's really a building code question. But go ahead. You had said you had a third one.
The third question is this. I'd like to ask everyone present in the room, has anyone ever lived in a place with this amount of density of population?
All right. Okay. Thank you for your questions.
No, I haven't finished it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My rest is this.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have lived in an area just like this from age very young up until about 13 years of age. And I would just like to tell the board and everybody present that it's very, very important that you understand the impact of putting this amount of people on this small space of 61 acres. What I'd like to point out is that when you get national trends like a recession, which we might be facing next year, as you know, what happens is that families tend to move in with families to be able to afford rent. If that happens with this density of population, and it would, because it happens all over the world, we have a very big problem on our hands because the density, which is already high, would become even higher. So the amount of aggression associated with the overpopulation of a small area is a very serious consequence because, as you know, the level of aggression is not contained within that property. The level of aggression overflows into the other areas. I have lived through this, and if you have any need for more information, I'd be very happy to give it to you. But this is too much density. I would consider half the amount of buildings on 61 acres as reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on the Zoom call? We're going to go ahead and close public comments. After the public comments, does anybody have any questions for anybody, city staff? I have one that I made a note of about the traffic impact analysis requiring any improvement to Tracy Grove and Dana Road to that light. Because originally I thought that it recommended some more stacking on Tracy Grove.
It does. It recommends, it does on Dana and also on Tracy Grove, right?
It's not in the latest.
Okay.
I don't remember
so
seeing it in this
The
one.
latest, maybe it wasn't included or didn't trigger.
If there is anything that was, missing or needs to be revised in the recommendations, it can be handled prior to city council. We
The
can,
right of ways in place?
well, we haven't confirmed that yet, but the condition would be that they would have to make those improvements as recommended by the TIA review.
And if there was no right of way and the improvements couldn't be made, then,
They would have to come back with some type of alternative.
okay. And then what about families moving in? I imagine there's going to be management of the apartments. So would you allow other, families to move on in? In other words, there was concern that if there was a downturn in the economy, that families would move in together. So there's going to be somebody staffed at the management office that would be regulating that type of activity.
I know that's typically rules within apartment complexes as to how many people can be in an apartment. So I think that would take care of that.
So that would be regulated.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No other questions? What are you thinking, Peter?
I just have a problem with the traffic, the overall traffic situation of the whole area. I think it's a neat project. I think it's a great thing. Take care of the environmental issues, which are critical, very critical. Traffic still, we're not dealing with traffic. I mean, traffic is little things that they're doing. I don't think are going to be major enough to alleviate a problem that's already there. But could be wrong.
Do we as a planning board have the authority to make our decision based on the traffic if they meet their TIA requirements?
No, that's what I was just going to
I
say.
don't think we do.
Whether we may like it or not, if all the Ts are crossed according to the zoning ordinance, we are limited. If all the Ts are crossed, if zoning ordinance is met, then other issues are secondary. Mine, I agree with traffic. I agree that the roads are minor roads, no shoulders. Safety, I look at, and that has nothing to do with the right turn lanes. That's my personal opinion. And the other one is high density. If you use the wetlands to be included in your density distribution, you truly have 2.8. When you take that away, it's pretty high density.
What are you thinking, John?
I said it 2 months ago that the access is critical in my thoughts. It hasn't changed really today. That's been clearly stated. On the other hand, I find 2.8 units per acre. You are allowed to use sloping land, wetland, so forth. You are allowed to use that. 2.8 is quite low. If I tend to agree, it's a chunk of apartments there. If this was R15, as much of the city area that's undeveloped is, I don't know how many acres of usable land there is there, but the density would be substantially less than, than what the apartments is bringing in there. I'm not sure it matters if Wilmont was 40 feet wide of pavement or the other road was 40 feet wide. I'm not sure that really is an issue. I think 22 is a bit narrow, but if that's what the city requires, they meet it. Can't hold that against them. The issue is this a project that is in the public interest? I believe those words are in our zoning ordinance, that it must be in the public interest, and it's a tough one. I mean, it's a tough one. It's a good piece of land. I think they're doing what they need to do on the environmental issues. Okay. So that's all I'll say at the moment.
How about you, Neil?
I've been sitting here for almost 2 hours with a previous applicant's comment resonating in my small brain. Mr. Riddick, during one of his proposals, said he's got one chance to make this right. And I look at this and say, we've got one chance to screw it up. The environmental issues concern me. You think they're addressed. I don't. I didn't hear anything today about such simple, non-incremental cost things as fully shading lights and pointing them all downwards so that migratory birds, amphibians, and flora in the swamp are not harmed, which has been well documented. I've heard zero, with due deference to Conserving Carolina, about what you're going to do. If silt levels in the swamp now are 3 parts per million, I want to know when they go about 3.5 or 4 parts per million, or PCBs go from 1 per billion to 1.3 per billion. You got to monitor it, and throwing out Fish and Wildlife Service and et cetera. I want to know who's monitoring it when. Lou will tell you, he said many times, the city has no capacity to monitor many of the things that we have in code. We know the county can't. They have one person to monitor construction sites in the whole county. I've worked with sites like this in upstate and downstate New York, Connecticut, northern Indiana, and Ohio. I've been in areas where they really monitor the hell out of things, Metro New York, and places where they don't care, northern Indiana. And you see the discrepancy. And I'm sorry, but not knowing what they're looking at and who's looking at it and when and what the measures are, I've got no confidence in the environmental approach at all. So yeah, I'm scared of what will happen to the critically endangered area without that backstop, that compliance in place.
What would you want to see as a specific or specific parameters? What would you look at?
I would look at
satisfy you.
Could I sit here right now or reel off a list, say you should be looking at this, every week or whatever? No, I won't pretend that I can. I would ideally like to see the entire Conserving Carolina plan on what you're going to be looking at, how often, who's going to be looking at it, assuming you subcontract. And just as importantly, apologies to the developer, but What if you find hypothetically that silt has tripled in the past 2 weeks? What happens? Do you work with the developer to fix it? Or do you shut down the site until it is fixed? That's what I look for.
Right. Any other comments? I know, Tamara, I don't know that we announced this at the beginning of the discussion. I'm sorry.
The city attorney has advised that I have to recuse because I rent office space from the Thomas family.
So Tamara hasn't been part of these discussions, and normally she chimes in a little more often than none at all, and she won't be voting. I go back to, go ahead, Neil.
And I don't, Mr. Washburn, thank the concession on affordable housing. Some people might want it a lot higher, et cetera. I sincerely appreciate that.
Yeah.
It really paid maybe overly much attention to one of my complaints. I very much appreciate that coming from you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
I just can't get past the fact that the comp plan specifically says that multifamily major thoroughfares. And yes, it does border Four Seasons Boulevard, but there is no access. I live on a dead-end street with a cul-de-sac. And at the back end of that cul-de-sac, there are acres upon acres upon acres of undeveloped land. And if somebody said they were going to put 300 apartments at the end of my road, and it was going to create 3,200 trips a day past my driveway, where my grandkids are out there with chalk and bicycles and everything else, that's a lot of traffic on Wilmont Avenue. It's a lot of traffic on Wilmont Avenue. And not only that, but the other access to Tracy Grove, they're asking for a concession on the width. I just don't see access to this property being conducive to the number of units that are being proposed. That's my opinion. So I don't know, we're really, this is kind of like the South Side again. Well, so I mean, I'm open to a motion, but I don't understand. I don't think we can place, in other words, could we put a condition on it that they have to use those lots to make their access and not use Wilmont?
Wouldn't the owner have to agree to any and all conditions?
Yeah.
So the original proposal included 2 drives, and staff in review with the TIA, our consultant Kimley Horn felt that the 2 drives couldn't be separated at a safe level, and so recommended that the developer review just doing a single access off of Tracy Grove. So having 2 entrances close together creates a unsafe condition for traffic coming in and out.
I really believe the comp plan says that multifamily needs to be on major thoroughfares for that reason. So you don't take a cul-de-sac, little neighborhood road and put 300 apartment units at the end of it. I think that's why it's there, to protect those small streets, those little neighborhoods from this type of development.
I don't know that I agree with
What
that.
about the one behind Fresh Market?
Behind the Fresh Market. Right, that is attached to Church Street, King Street, where everything comes together. That's a major thoroughfare.
Not directly.
Not directly. The driveway would be, yeah.
Right, well, the fact that 64 goes by this property probably makes sense, goes by it. It's visible, et cetera, et cetera. The access is from 2 minor thoroughfares, if you want to call it.
Right.
Dana and
Wilmot.
Tracy Grove, but I mean, Tracy Grove is dangerous the way it is. So.
And Wilmot, they're small. I mean, safety wise, again, I go to just saying, no shoulder, no, there's nowhere to go but right in that lane. But can I put a question to Lou?
Go ahead.
Lou, is it in the ordinance, as you said before, that the ordinance says minor roads, access for minor roads is acceptable? So what we're saying is major roads from the major thoroughfares in the comp plan. what the ordinance says totally overrides that.
Yes, so bottom line to the answer is yes. So the comprehensive plan is a guiding document. It's an umbrella. It gives guidance. The zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance establish the specific standards that the development has to meet, and the standards in the zoning ordinance. And that's, this is, as Brian noted earlier, the standards in the subdivision ordinance and the zoning ordinance are being met by what is being proposed.
City council, then, no matter what we said about traffic, when you go to the line, that's what it is.
I'm open
So
for
we
a,
don't have to recommend it.
I'm open for a motion at this point. I mean,
Oh, what the heck?
go ahead.
I did it last time. I'll do it this time. And whether it goes up or down, let's see what happens here. Okay, here we go. This will be for recommending denial. I move planning board recommends city council deny an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject property PIN 9578-39-5229 and 9579-11-8417 from PRD CZD, I'll skip over the parentheses, to PRD CZD based on the following. One, the petition is found to be consistent with the city of Hendersonville 2030 comprehensive plan based on the information from the staff analysis, and because the medium intensity neighborhood designation calls for planned residential developments as a secondary recommended land use, and the proposed site plan aligns with development guidelines under strategy LU 6.4. Two, we do not find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis, public hearing, and because. One, the comprehensive plan's future land use designation of medium intensity neighborhood does not recommend multifamily on minor thoroughfares. Therefore, Tracy Grove Road's classification as a minor thoroughfare does not support dense residential development. And two, there is no clear, and I'm free-forming it, there's no clear and specific plan to monitor any potential environmental degradation in a sensitive and in an environmentally sensitive area. Nor is there any plan to, any specific plan to prevent any degradation from recurring as the construction continues. How does that sound? Those are my two reasons.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a motion to deny. Do we have a second? Would you like to second that motion? I will second the motion. But I would like to remove the environmental. I want to base it only on the fact that we're doing multifamily on a minor thoroughfare. And I
Rationale,
understand
please.
because it's vague and I don't want.
Well, okay. The point of the environmental was because the environmental approach is
I
vague.
understand.
Why don't you?
It is an
just-
environmentally sensitive area. I will give you that. But denying this development based on the fact that there's nobody going to be monitoring that environmentally sensitive area, I just don't know that that's true, right? There could be. Conserving Carolina might hire an expert to be down there every day.
They might. And what my second point was calling for was for that specific plan. How are they going to be doing it?
But that would be a condition for passing.
All I'm saying is it's more cut and dry, and I'll second it if you remove the environmental.
This is a little bit outside of Robert's Rules of Orders, but thoughts from others? If the chair will allow it?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
I would take the second part and massage it till it hit about a sentence. Because it's an important part of it, I think, for your denial. unless you go to pass it, then it's a condition.
It's just a little ambiguous.
Okay.
If you're going to pass it, it would be a condition.
It would be a condition for passing.
Can I make a quick comment?
Sure, go ahead, John.
Well, we've had many projects over the years that have streams through them and so forth. And this question has never come up that I can recall that anyone wanted to turn it down because they weren't clear on the environmental language. City has a strong stream setback ordinance. There's all kinds of environmental rules any developer has to follow. I can't say what happens exactly. You know, the Army Corps of Engineers is always involved with waterways. So I just don't know why, yes, this one may have a little more environmentally sensitive areas by acreage, but I don't know that anything's ever been, I don't think anything's ever been turned down here before over the question of the second part of your motion. So I have a concern that that's in there myself. That's my comment.
So we've seen a lot lately. I've only been on the board since December. We've had quite a few times already where city council has not gone with planning board's recommendation. And there's one reason for that. It's because we're making recommendations for denial or approval based on our preferences as opposed to ordinances. I think the applicant's interpretation of the ordinance is correct. And this is on a major thoroughfare. And the ordinance does say that the entrance should not attach to that major thoroughfare. It's in the black and white of the ordinance. He's correct on that. So I think when city council looks at it, if we give that as a reason, we're just providing them the need to go against our recommendation. I think the environmental aspect of it, I have the same concerns. But I think we have to look at conserving Carolina, fish and wildlife, and the fact that it's a national refuge now. Who's monitoring it today? And, we go hold developers to a higher standard than we hold the federal government. I don't really think we can. So I think if you want to move for denial on this, the only reason I can see is the traffic analysis. That's the only black and white objective reason I think we could possibly use. And that's not even one of the reasons that is in this motion. So.
Okay, based on those comments and against my wishes, I accept the chair's friendly amendment to my motion for denial. And we'll strike reason number 2 and go strictly with reason number 1.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any comments? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Let's raise hands because it may be split. Aye. So that fit. You're eyeing, raising. So that's 3-2, 1, 2, 3. So the motion fails.
3-3.
3-3 top.
Good.
Oh, okay. All that want to deny it, the motion. Okay, so it is 3-3.
Yeah, because we're not allowed to abstain, are we?
No. So the motion fails 3-3. Anybody else want to make another motion? Anybody that,
Well, to make a motion to approve, I'm going to presume would be 3-3 also. But,
unless there were conditions.
Yeah,
I guess it's a shot.
Yeah, with Southgate, we had a change in between the two votes.
Because I wanted a condition, right? That wasn't in either one.
All right. I'll take a shot at it, but I'm going to need help. I'm going to move the planning board recommends city council adopt an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject property, pin 9578395229 and 9579118417 from PRD CZD, also to PRD CZD, based on the site plan and list of conditions submitted by the applicant dated March 2, 2022, and presented at this meeting and subject to the following. The development shall be consistent with the site plan, including the list of applicable conditions contained therein and the following permitted uses. 1, residential dwelling, single family, and 2, residential dwellings, multifamily. Permitted uses and applicable conditions presented on the site plan. I believe we agree, I'm just talking out loud, excuse me. The site plan does need to be amended. I believe I heard for several reasons today.
Bottom of the screen.
Yeah, at the very bottom of the
This is
screen is
new.
the related to the TIA. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So-
Okay, the very last two lines. Number two shall be amended to, based on the proposed site trip distribution, a right turn lane may be warranted at the intersection of Tracy Grove Road at Wilmot Drive. The TIA should be revised to, based on the comments from Kimley Horn dated May 5th, 2022. Further, the petition is found to be consistent with the City of Hendersonville's 2030 comprehensive plan based on information from staff analysis. And because the medium intensity neighborhood designation calls for planned residential developments as a secondary recommended land use, and the proposed site plan aligns with development guidelines under strategy LU 6.4. Furthermore, we find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest based on information from staff analysis and the public hearing because the development is near US Highway 64 commercial corridor, an area of the city experiencing ongoing development and redevelopment. Two, the addition of multifamily and single-family residential addresses, an ongoing supply need and in keeping with the surrounding land uses, which is single-family homes and multifamily housing, is approved all the time in our city. Just 1 second, please. Number three, there's a proposal to conserve via conservation easement with Conserving Carolina, the floodplain area on the site, including efforts to restore the ecological function of this important area. And it is a general public good for the community. Site number four, the site plan clusters development impacts away from the natural resource / agriculture designated portions of the site, aligning with guidance from the natural and environmental resource chapter of the comprehensive plan. Number five, there's greenway construction and right-of-way dedication at the lower part of the property that aligns, excuse me, lost my place. Greenway construction and right-of-way dedication adds to existing greenway network of, and aligns with specific goals established for greenways. Period.
I will just note that there was a amended staff report that was sent later, just so you're aware. On the screen, the very first two bullets were part of that amended. If you wanted, it's your discretion whether you refer to those that reference the Bowen study.
You read it? I can read it.
The need for,
Do I want to read it?
it's a housing need.
Well, we covered that there was a need for housing.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's just more specificity on what you already had, so.
I don't think I'm going to modify it. I think what I said.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Fred? Okay, any discussion?
Did Neil want to add any condition about the, what you were saying before for monitoring?
I don't want to add that to.
Oh,
the
I'm
motion.
sorry.
That's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
It's John's motion. We do have a motion. We do have a second. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand.
Oh, did you? 4.
And all nays, that'd be myself and Neil. Okay, so that motion passes 4-2.
Somewhere along the line, we needed to address the easement width of access number 1.
It is on the site.
Okay.
That's on the site.
So
Okay,
when you adopt when you recommend approval of the site plan, all the list of uses and conditions listed therein
Okay.
agreed to by the developer.
so that motion passed 4-2.
This is smaller.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
Good thought.
Got the easy one out of the way.
I think you might be right. That's a scary thing.
You managed that well.
that process. No, really, you did. It was, yeah. Hey.
On the way.
I think we're going to establish a few time limit rules. These hearings on one project shouldn't take 2.5 hours. So public comments, we're going to limit to 3 minutes per person, and the developer presentation, we're going to limit to 10 minutes. That's not including any questions from this board. Your presentation, if you're the developer or the applicant, would be 10 minutes.
The staff can take however long we want.
Staff can take however long they want because we need their information.
Ready to go?
Yes, let's go.
So
Let's go.
the next
Duncan,
item is for Duncan Terrace. This application is for 132 units of apartment complex at the corner of Duncan Hill Road and Signal Hill Road, near the intersection of North Main Street and Berkeley Road, Signal Hill Road. The density equates to 15.24 units per acre. It's an 8.66 acre site. The requested zoning is PRD. There's an existing PRD CZD that was approved just about a year ago on this site for 84 units. That was 7 buildings that were 3 stories, 12 units per building, and there was a community center. That project was approved.
that's a new noise.
Disregard. It did not receive low-income housing tax credits, and so it was not constructed. And so this applicant is taking the same site with a modified site plan and bringing that forward for approval, and it triggers the CZD process. Taking a look at the site on the upper left, you're looking down Duncan Hill Road towards Signal Hill. There's an existing structure on the right that would be removed. On the upper right, you're looking down Signal Hill Road towards an intersection with Duncan Hill Road. And the bottom pictures are just some typical views on the site currently. This is the site plan. As mentioned, the site plan depicts 132 apartment units on 8.66 acres. There are 6 3-story multifamily structures, a clubhouse and a pool, as well as stormwater management shown. Total footprint of buildings is 52,000, just over 52,000 square feet. The total gross floor area is 150,636 square feet. This is for 12 3-bedroom units, 72 2-bedroom units, and 48 1-bedroom units. And the access is shown right here off of Duncan Hill and a right-in right here on Signal Hill Road. The site plan was reviewed by the DRC. I'm going to provide a few comments and some of the conditions that came up through that review. Community development had 2 conditions that were agreed to by the developer. One of them was the right in, right out on Signal Hill Road. It did not trigger a second access. We had requested that. And the second was for providing sidewalks on Baldwin Hill Road, which I'll show you on the next slide. But this was in lieu of sidewalks along the frontage from the access on Signal Hill around the intersection with Duncan Hill, all the way back to the point where the site aligns in front of Baldwin Hill. The reason for this is that the developer has agreed, as one of the developer proposed concessions, to dedicate this corner intersection 0.59 acres for right-of-way for future NCDOT improvements. So if there's going to be future NCDOT improvements, which we've seen some concepts of a double roundabout in this area, if sidewalks were installed there, they would just be ripped up in however long, 10, 15 years, whenever that project actually were to be constructed. So in lieu of that, they've offered to build sidewalks on Baldwin Hill Avenue, and I'll show you a better image of that shortly. The Water Sewer Department had comments related to this request. They're requesting a private lift station on this site rather than a extension of sewer. The Water Sewer Department has indicated that they would not permit a private lift station on this site. That discussion is ongoing with the Water Sewer Department. The fire marshal and NCDOT each provided comments, which were either resolved or resolved by the developer or will be at final site plan. The city's engineer, stormwater administrator, floodplain administrator, and public works director had no comments. The city's transportation consultant did have a series of comments and recommendations. The proposed development is anticipated to generate 1,123 daily trips, 72 AM peak hour trips, and 87 PM peak hour trips. The TIA was triggered by our zoning code based on these numbers. There are outstanding comments from the TIA. There's some data that was excluded, some analysis that was excluded. And so the city's transportation consultant made the following recommendations. One, and these were all agreed to by the developer. One, to revise the TIA to address any outstanding comments. The second was to require the developer to construct proposed traffic mitigation. And that mitigation includes that the access one on Duncan Hill Road would have a shared left-right egress lane and one ingress lane. So just really clarifying that there would be 2 lanes and how they would be laid out.
Point at that, Matt.
So just very intuitive that if you came in here, if you're exiting, you would have a shared lane for if you're turning right or turning left. And in this lane, you would be coming into the site.
Okay.
And then that there would be taper lanes at both entrances for right turns. So taper lane into the site here to get traffic out of the way for folks traveling down Duncan Hill, and a taper lane here to get folks out of the way for folks traveling east on Signal Hill. Developer agreed to all the mitigation. Developer also proposed 2 concessions. One I mentioned with the 0.59 acres dedicated for future NCDOT improvements. The second is to provide 25% of rental units to residents with an area median income of 80% or less. This would not be a tax credit project. This would be privately funded. The remaining 75% would be market rate. 2 proposed conditions include the provision of a density bonus. The developer has met the conditions to receive the density bonus based on staff's review. And the other condition relates to the proposal for a private lift station. They've stated in their condition that once sewer reached the site, that they would remove the lift station and attach or connect to city sewer. That's kind of the portion of the request that's under review currently. So I mentioned the sidewalks and the density bonus. So for the density bonus, they are required to extend pedestrian facilities to shopping or places of employment. And so the lines in black here are where they're proposing to fill gaps in existing sidewalks to then connect down to the UPS. Beyond that, there are a couple more gaps before you reach to Aldi and 7th Avenue. But it was determined that this satisfied the language as it's written in the ordinance for extending sidewalks. And then the sidewalks on Baldwin Hill, in lieu of sidewalks along the intersection, would be found right on here, and they would connect to the sidewalks that have been approved to be built as part of the Providence Walk subdivision that was recently approved. And from there, it would connect to existing sidewalks all the way down to the Oklahoma Greenway, and then all points from there. So that covers all the comments, conditions, concessions, except for the tree board. The tree board did make recommendations, most of which was agreed upon. There was one counter, there, number 8. The tree board recommended an additional 75 2.5-inch or larger caliper trees would be planted in addition to what the landscaping plan showed. The developer agrees to plant 87 trees total, including what is required, and anything beyond what is required up to 87 trees. Did not specify specific whether they were canopy trees or small shade trees or anything specific to that, specifics to the plantings. This did trigger a neighborhood compatibility meeting. There were 11 residents that were on the call, and this was back in November. And there was good, healthy discussion about affordable housing and what that means. There was a lot of conversation about impacts to traffic and potential impact to the environment. Can you click back on that? So looking at current land use, the subject property is zoned PRD, CZD. This parcel is surrounded by a variety of zoning classifications and uses. The residential uses in the area range from single-family neighborhoods to a mobile home community. Commercial uses in the area range from the telecommunication tower to a UPS distribution center. Parcels to the north across Signal Hill and Berkeley Road are zoned R15 medium density, as well as R20 low density residential and RCT residential commercial transition. This area is largely made up of single family lots, vacant land, single family homes converted into commercial uses. Parcels to the east primarily contain commercial uses. This area contains the Home Depot, WHKP radio tower, and the Signal Hill mini storage, which is under construction. And parcels to the south are mostly comprised of commercial uses and C3 zoning. Parcels to the west are zoned PCD, planned commercial development, which was not constructed, so there's still some vacant land there. There was an NCM held on some of that vacant land, but we have not received an official application for any of that. And then the PRD for Providence Walk, which was mentioned, and then Okalaha Village, a little further down North Main. Future land use designation is high intensity neighborhood. This designation is due to the parcel being located between a regional activity center, which is in relationship to US 64, and the medium intensity neighborhood going up Clear Creek Road. This area is intended to serve as a transition between the high intensity commercial uses and the single family neighborhoods, and to serve as a node of higher density residential around an intersection of minor thoroughfares. Parcels to the north are designated as medium intensity neighborhood and high intensity neighborhood. Other than the Signal Ridge apartments, most parcels designated as high intensity neighborhood do not currently reflect the goals or strategies for this designation. This area is largely comprised of single family homes and vacant lots that reflect the current R20 zoning. Parcels to the east are designated as high intensity neighborhood and regional activity center. This area has a mix of housing types and commercial use. The parcels to the south are designated as regional activity center and high intensity neighborhood. Parcels to the west are designated as high intensity neighborhood and medium intensity neighborhood. So taking a look at our rezoning standards, the first is the comprehensive plan consistency. The project is consistent with the majority of the goals of the high intensity neighborhood. The site is designated as a priority infill area on the growth management map, and infill development is encouraged in these areas. Compatible infill is also promoted by the population and housing chapter of the comprehensive plan. And goal number 2 under public housing, under population and housing, is to encourage a wide range of housing types and price points in order to meet the diverse and evolving needs of current and future residents, match the housing supply with the local workforce, and promote diverse neighborhoods. The strategy under that includes encourage provision of affordable housing units in new developments. An action under that item is to develop performance standards and/or density bonuses that encourage at least 10% of new housing units sold in a new development to be affordable to people making up to 80% of the AMI. The second action under that is to support development proposals that mix subsidized housing with market rate housing. Taking a look at the natural and environmental resources chapter, this chapter has a handful of strategies that relate to this development, including encouraging cluster development that preserves open space, allowing a return on investment, promote the preservation of woodlands. Mature trees and wooded areas are significant community defining natural features that contribute to Hendersonville's identity. Enable and encourage low impact development practices and stormwater management. There were no goals and strategies from the Cultural and Historic Resources chapter. Under community facilities, you had encourage community open space or play areas in new or redeveloped neighborhoods. Under water resources, you had the provision of low impact development practices. Under transportation and circulation, you have identify and prioritize needed pedestrian connections within the community. Also to improve roadways as needed to implement the land use vision and meet level of service requirements, and widen and improve existing roadways as indicated on map 7.3A, which includes Duncan Hill Road. So looking at our next standard for compatibility, we do know that there is some multifamily present in the area. The units per acre, the density of Signal Ridge and Oklawaha both fall under the 15.24, which has been proposed. The area does serve as high density transition between the commercial uses and single family. They're currently approved for 84 units on this particular site. And there is a significant amount of single family detached housing in the area. Changed conditions include the approval of this, I believe it was R15 originally before the current PRD zoning was approved. And then the Providence Walk approval just down the street, just a block away, is another change condition. Under public interest, believe everyone got the numbers from the Bowen study that were provided related to the housing gap, specifically for income levels between 50% and 120% AMI, but even further, that gap is significantly, or a significant portion of that gap is found in the range of somewhere between less than 50% and 80% AMI, which 25% of the proposed units aim to target that particular portion of the gap. Related to public facilities, we've talked about the NCDOT roads. We've talked about the lift station proposal and the extension of sidewalks as well. So that's been covered. The effect on the natural environment. This is a wooded site. A significant number of trees would be lost if it was developed. But the developer is, proposing to plant new trees under their landscaping plan to offset some of the trees that will be lost. So this brings us to our draft comprehensive plan consistency statement. This is proposed by staff. The high intensity neighborhood designation calls for multifamily residential, planned residential developments, and open space as primary recommended land uses. The proposed project satisfies a majority of design guidelines under LU-7.4. We have rationale for approval. I will highlight, just to make sure everyone saw this, the development would provide 45 affordable rental units for 10 years for those household incomes at 80% AMI or less. These units would help to fill the need for affordable housing, which currently has a projected gap of approximately between 1,329 units and 1,622 units in Henderson County, according to the 2021 Housing Needs Assessment. And so this would offer 45 affordable units and 87 market rate units to help fill those gaps. And those gaps are based on subtracting out what's already been approved by the city. And I will not read through the rest. It's been covered in this presentation. We also have some rationale for denial. The developer has agreed to revise the TIA. So I want to address that rationale. And the rest has been covered in this presentation. So I'll open it up for any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Go ahead, John.
Sorry, I'm confused on the total density. On my page 89 says there's going to be 84 units. And you just said there's going to be 45 plus 87. So
130.
So 84 is the current zoning was what the current zoning allows, the current approved site plan.
That's the other project.
It's the rezoning history.
And that was a tax credit project, didn't get funded.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
This one's 130. Okay. Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah. Clarification, please. Twice verbally and once early in your presentation, you referenced 25% of the units being affordable housing. Later in the presentation, and by my count in the reading, it's more like 35%. It's
Did I do the math
45
wrong?
out of 132.
That you, I very well could have done the math wrong. It's 25% of the units that they're proposing.
Okay, not 45 out of 132, but
If-
25%.
If 25%
That
of
would be
132
33
does not equal
units.
45, then it is not 45.
So 33 units, now 45.
If that's the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you want to do some math? They didn't hire me for my math skills.
And I'm sure Leah can
Go ahead,
speak
Peter.
to that too. The developer can speak to that.
The property above Baldwin, the triangle,
Yes,
was bought by the developer that bought the property across from Providence Walk.
yes.
Where the acreage is there for development, and they have not seen any plans whatsoever of what they plan to do, other than the fact that they hid they were going to develop the triangle.
So they didn't just hint, they submitted a concept plan and held a neighborhood compatibility meeting. That was, last fall.
Okay.
And heavily attended, a lot of vocal opposition, and we have not heard again.
Did that come back to the table? Not a lot of money. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you speak to the traffic impact analysis? It was an inconsistency or just it's incomplete? There was a.
So in the staff report, we have, the full comments from Jonathan are from
Right.
Kinley Horn.
Right.
I mean, what he identified were some, I think inaccuracies or
Yeah, and those are actually only the moderate and high impact comments.
right.
There's actually the full comments would include other inconsistencies and inaccuracies that were low impact, which I did not burden the planning board with in their,
Okay.
staff.
And-
We gave a little more of a summary.
Yeah, and then what Jonathan did on the back end of that was based on the information that was in the report, made some suggested mitigation measures, which the developer then agreed to, in addition to revising the TIA
And
according to the comments.
in our conversations with the our transportation consultant, we feel satisfied that the recommendations made by our transportation consultant alleviated some of the concerns with lack of proper analysis and things that were issues with the TIA. So staff does not have necessarily any continuing concerns, especially if the TIA goes forward and is revised before final site plan.
In the TIA, was there a comment made about the hump in Duncan Hill coming up from Lowe's? You come up to the top of it by Harriet Lane there and then.
Hey, Peter, sorry. Hey, Peter, can you turn your mic on?
My apology.
I don't know, I don't have any specific information as to whether they address the site distance concerns, but I do know that the taper to get the right folks turning right into the site would help alleviate concerns such as that.
Because I just listed the property at Harriet Lane, the mobile home park across the street. And it's always been an issue. Because it's
For
blind.
left turns.
Blind, one way or the other.
Rise over that hill.
Yeah.
And the hump's right there, building 4.
Anyway, it just be nice if that was in
Yeah, I
the
would say
TIA.
probably right about there, yeah.
Yeah, right. Harriet Lane's at the very bottom right there. And that hump. Yeah, right
Humps could be right through there.
Somewhere in here.
Right there, that's that property, right, bottom triangle of property, just above the green, just above the green.
Well, I will, NCDOT also has to sign off on these for site distance and there's a set, they have the site triangles shown. They're 70 foot is what's required, 10 foot by 70 foot site triangle, and they're shown here on the site plan. You can see this little triangle here is the site distance triangle.
Okay.
There is, significant line of sight should be in either direction, at least enough to meet the minimum standards.
Okay.
Can I ask what that little bump out is that would be the northwest?
I think it's the property line,
In the parking lot though?
right? Oh,
Yeah, in the parking lot, there's a little bump out and there's an arrow pointing to it.
Potential connection, I believe, is what that is. So
Okay, so that's not a turnaround. In other words, if I pulled in and I went left, and I can't imagine, but there were no parking spaces, where would I turn around?
I can let the developer answer that. You've got 24 feet.
I understand.
Yeah.
There's a lot of spaces there.
There's a
but
lot
usually
of-
don't want a dead end parking.
You've got 24 feet of drive aisle.
Okay,
So a typical parking space is 18 feet deep. So not all cars use that
you
either.
feel like they'd be able to turn around
You'd probably be able
in
to
the drive?
figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I mean, it certainly allows for a K-turn without
okay,
great difficulty, even if both bays of the parking are full.
right. Are there enough spaces that they could leave, 2 or 3 at the end to turn around in and just block them off?
You do a Y, they would do a Y turn.
Mhm.
do a Y on the-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not required by fire. So we don't have any standard for that.
Okay.
Maybe we need.
If it was a significant problem, I think there would be some type of standard in place.
Okay.
Because this would be something you'd run into with any type of development like this.
Sixth Avenue.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just gonna say that.
Yeah, we had one on Sixth Avenue. Of course, they didn't have enough parking spaces and it was a real short one at Hawkins Point.
Oh, it's not built. It wasn't.
I know, no, it's
an
not built
existing
yet.
Problem.
No, no.
that
We had it on a
we're
site.
Complaining about and calling us and saying,
Yeah.
you need to have this standard.
Gotcha.
This is a national, people are building things like this all over. So,
Gotcha.
uh,
Okay.
One more
thank
for
you.
you.
One more question for,
So before the meeting started, we were talking about conditions for affordable housing. And that we cannot have a condition requiring affordable housing if they are not getting a benefit from that, like a tax credit or something. Can you explain that to us a little bit better so we know how to address that?
So I was just noting that we don't have a standard as a city that allows us to stand on and require affordable housing. So the developer has proposed the affordable housing condition. It wasn't suggested by city staff. And certainly we had conversations with them about affordable housing and housing challenges in the community. But the developer is bringing that condition forward. And I believe it's for a 10-year period of time and to be enforced via a report that would be submitted annually by the property manager. So it is not a low-income housing tax credit project, so it doesn't have an outside entity that's enforcing the income standards. But we've also, as a side component, we've had a similar relationship with the Gray Mill housing developer where they submit an annual report sharing the units that they've rented to low to moderate income individuals.
Where did the 10 years come?
That was, I believe, suggested by the developer.
Part of the
I'm sure she
condition
can
was-
answer questions or that her team can answer questions on that.
any other questions for staff?
okay, thank you. The developer like to use their 10 minutes.
I'm gonna go fast because I didn't know I was. Is this my PowerPoint or is this, can we? Point. Yeah, if we go back to that site plan, it'd be great to not try and get it off the PowerPoint because it's small. I was gonna say good afternoon, members of the city, Hendersonville Planning Department, but I think good evening is a more appropriate opening now. My name is Leah Bergman and I'm the managing member of Lee Ray Bergman LLC. I'm here today to present to you our group of proposed development, Duncan Terrace. I have with me today Jeff Harmon from Harmon and Associates, the general contractor, as well as Eric Holton, who's our civil engineer, and David Hyder, who's been working with us on our traffic. Over the past 6 months, we've worked very closely with your planning department, notably Matt Manley and Tyler Amaro, to put forward what we feel is a really good idea, a really strong plan for this tract of land and a unique community to address some of Hendersonville's most immediate housing needs. As Matt's just pointed out, we are proposing a 132-unit multifamily development community at the intersection of Duncan Hill Road and Signal Hill Road. Currently, the tract is zoned for 84 units multifamily, and we are requesting the increase in density. We envision a community that is what we call affordable luxury workforce housing. Others call it the quote, missing middle. And we are targeting a rental rate point that is currently underserved locally. I want to take a step back and just talk about what that looks like. Market rate right now in Hendersonville is an exceptionally strong price point on your 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. And that's because y'all have a housing shortage, as you know. I'd be happy to talk about where we are pricing our units. And again, I'm also going to talk about a very similar project that we have in Rutherford and who lives in those units today that we've just completed in the last 2 years. So you get an idea of when we say market rate, it's not saltwater pools and bubbling spas. While we have nice amenities, we really think this is quality, affordable workforce housing, and I'm hoping you will as well. Let's see. Additionally, we are proposing an element of this project to be committed affordable units, with 25% of the units dedicated to households in Hendersonville that are at or below 80% of area median income, commonly referred to as AMI. For 10 years, this is something we've come up with the planning department. I do have, I guess, a history, a basis in tax credit or affordable housing. We have currently 5 communities in North Carolina that are extended use tax credit properties. I myself personally do have a 3CP tax credit compliance certification, which I'm not going to bore you with the details of all that, but this is something that we are kind of this interesting little mixture is something that I feel that we can do and perform for well for your community. I'm happy to review my bios, but I think most importantly, and what you guys are interested in is what will this community look like and who is it designed to serve? So the really good news is that we basically have a replica of it in Rutherford Inn. So I want to show you, it's a project that we've worked on over the past probably 4 years with the town manager there, all privately funded. The same team that you're looking at today would be doing it. And now let me figure out how to use the clicker so you all can see. That wasn't so good. These are some exterior photos. Here we go. On the side, go down to it. That's our leasing office on the left. In the middle, you're going to see what our exterior looks like. Majority is brick facade. We think it fits in quite nicely with the foothills area. Get to our interior finishes. I do have a full virtual tour on our website, but we use a lot of LVT flooring, very little carpet, very nice, spacious units. They all have central HVAC. Unfortunately, I did not put a kitchen picture here, but we've got microwaves, dishwashers, washer dryer connections in the units. I stay there whenever I'm in the area in the model unit. I like it a lot myself, but I'm admittedly biased. Other amenities that we have there, we do have a leasing office on site, which means we have a manager on site there every day. We do have on-site maintenance as well, something that was spoken to earlier. We have a laundry center there, a small gym facility, as well as a pool. And again, we would put forward all of that in your community here in Hendersonville. Let's see. The site will be landscaped in accordance to the Hendersonville ordinance, and it will contain 87 new trees. I believe that I know that there's some conflict with the tree board's recommendations. I also want to make a couple points. One is it is zoned right now that we can put 84 units on it and move forward with it as today. Secondly, I don't know how familiar you all are, but this site is in an opportunity zone, which means somebody designated, they wanted some development in this area several years ago, long before I was involved in this project. So while I don't like to cut down trees either, we need housing. And we're doing our best to put back the trees that we can. Finally, I think, and we are requesting the use of a pump station for the sewage. Currently, right now, sewer is 2,100 feet away from the site. Furthermore, we do not have the easements the other developer that I believe you asked about earlier did. So it would be quite cost prohibitive for us to run sewer to the site. And it would take some time. And that I think is something that I'd like to really highlight to you all today, is that if we get through planning commission tonight and city council in June, we are ready to start moving dirt late summer And we try and work fast, but work well. And of course, we all are here vulnerable to water in the fall and the spring here. But our goal would be to have residents living in these units by this time next year. So we are very much ready and willing to proceed, should you all agree that you like this. Let's see what else. I wanted to read to you, I believe I gave this letter to Lou and also to Matt Manley, but this is a letter from the town manager of Rutherfordton. And it was dated March 30th, 2022. Dear Mr. Holloway, I understand in speaking with Leah Bergman of Bergman Rentals that they are proposing a multifamily project in the city of Hendersonville. Over the past few years, Bergman Rentals has developed a project in the town of Rutherfordton called Park Crossing, an apartment complex. Park Crossing was approved for 180 units in 8 buildings with a clubhouse and other site amenities. Since the original approvals, Bergman Rentals initially constructed phase 1, consisting of 3 buildings totaling 70 units, plus a clubhouse structure. Shortly thereafter, due to local demand for quality housing, Bergman Rentals constructed phase 2, consisting of 3 additional buildings of 66 more units, bringing the total of units on site currently open and operating to 136 of the permitted 180. Bergman Rentals and their construction team at Harmon Construction have provided a good partnership to the town of Rutherfordton, providing a quality housing product and a smooth development process. Throughout the project, from planning to permitting and into construction, the team has been open and honest and trustworthy to our permit and agreements. Moreover, the operation of the units have thus far been wonderful to deal with. They provided on-site property management and maintenance and provided housing to local public safety employees and other critical local government employees during their operations. While I am not familiar with your process or the site in question for this proposed project, I am familiar with the development team, and based upon our experience here in Rutherfordton, we have been pleased to work with Bergman Rentals, and we hope for the same success for you in Hendersonville. If I can provide any information to you for your project, please do not hesitate to reach out to me directly. And then I wanted to talk just very briefly about who are those 136 residents with us in Rutherfordton. We have 6 police officers, we have 1 firefighter, 13 healthcare providers, including doctors, nurses, hospital employees, 4 teachers, and 8 city and county employees. I think those are good numbers. I'm proud of who lives with us. We also have no vacancies there and are currently looking at moving forward with putting up the additional buildings that we've been approved for. Finally, I think it's a good point to, that we try and be active in the communities that we are in. We have committed over $11,000 to Kids Senses. We've committed and funded $11,000 to Kids Senses in the factory, which is a very similar children's program to what you all have in hands-on here in Hendersonville. And I would be honored to get involved here locally in Hendersonville or other nonprofits that you tell me need attention here. I have a home in Rutherfordton, and I personally love this part of our state. So in summary, and I hope I'm not at 10 minutes, the site is currently zoned for 84 units. We are requesting an increase in density to 132 units as workforce housing in Hendersonville is in short supply. We have worked with increasing the density in the proposed plan alongside your planning department. We're very positive about what we're putting forward to you today. We are ready to proceed with Duncan Terrace as proposed today, should you approve it and it be approved at City Council. Given our timelines, this would be some much needed relief to the housing shortage in Hendersonville by this time next year. Over the weekend, I searched Zillow to see what is available in Hendersonville right now to rent. And this is what I found. 1 one-bedroom unit at $775 per month. 1 one-bedroom unit at $1,850 per month. 2 two-bedroom, 1-bath units between $1,300 and $1,400 per month. And 3 homes to rent north of north of $2,000 per month. It's short supply. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'd like to open it up to any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
One question, how are you going to solve the sewer problem?
If you'll let us put in a pump station, which your code does permit pump stations, we'd be happy to solve that.
So just a little bit of clarity that the 2,100 linear feet that Ms. Bergman referenced is gravity. There's existing sewer that would require the pump station basically at the southeastern, or southwestern corner of the property. Yeah, so it's not 2,100 feet away, but so the condition that's the developer is requesting is that they be allowed to use the pump station to do the project, which is something that you all could recommend for approval and the council could consider or not. But what Ms. Bergman's, the conversations that she's been having have been with water sewer who prefer to avoid pump stations at all costs. And mostly because of ongoing maintenance and things like that. So it's not, we have pump stations. We are in the mountains, as you might imagine with sewer. You run into pump stations at certain situations, but they try to avoid them. In this situation, there's a cost and ability to develop question that is being presented by the developer.
Any other questions?
Yes, I'm
Go ahead,
sitting
Barbara.
here. My question was, you've got the same number, you have the same number of buildings, but you certainly have increased the number of units. How is that possible? Making them smaller?
Well, I should say, the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency requires 1 bedrooms to be built around north of 800 and some square feet per unit. Our 1 bedrooms, depending on if they're a patio or a sunroom, are either 708 square feet or 833 square feet, which I would still argue is a good size 1 bedroom. Our 2 bedrooms all have 2 baths, as does NCHFA guidelines, and are either 904 square feet or 1,029 square feet. And our 3-bedroom, 2-bath are 1,475 square feet. So I can tell you, because I do dabble in both worlds, both affordable housing and private development, there are some NCHFA requirements. So something that a tax credit property would have to, it's sadly more expensive to build tax credit property than it is market rate or privately funded.
Any other questions? I have one. What happens after 10 years?
So after 10 years, we willing to put language in there. I guess it's a little bit about who I am, is I would not want to be displaced after 10 years, right? If I've been living in a unit. And so I am very willing to put code in there that nobody leaves, but that the affordability drops off through natural attrition, right? Through vacancy, right?
Okay.
And so we're willing
So
to,
nobody would be kicked out.
right? It's not that,
And they were under that affordable umbrella, you might consider going to market rate
yeah.
on those units after 10 years. So nobody be kicked out to the street.
Yeah, just a little bit about me. I'm a 3rd-generation housing provider. And in my family, we have single families and duplexes in Durham that are old. We have older people living there on fixed income that might be paying $450 for a 1-bedroom. And if you know anything about the Durham market, it's insane right now.
Mhm.
So if we do go to sell them, we move those folks into one of our multifamilies and keep the rent at what they can afford. And then we sell the asset so that nobody is displaced. Because quite frankly, I don't need money that bad. I like to sleep good at night.
Neil, you had a question?
Or very,
2 actual,
go ahead.
Okay.
2 actually, but following up on that, thank you for being proactive and going down the affordable housing route here. Much, much appreciated by all of us, I think. We have precedent with Gray Mill to do 15 years as opposed to 10. Would you be willing to go 15?
I believe so, sir.
We could do that on a condition?
Makes you happy, sure.
Okay.
You don't beat me head over the head about the tree board, sure. How's that for an answer?
My particular fetish is coming up.
Okay.
Ready for it?
Uh-oh.
Three boards that in.
Yeah. Under the previous zoning, the 84 units, one of the acceptable conditions was external site lighting. You knew this was coming. In accordance with International Dark Sky Association recommendations, subject to any ADA and North Carolina Housing Finance Agency requirements. Would you be willing to accept that condition as well?
I don't think it's going to be a problem. Yes,
I like this lady. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Are there any storage units on site or underneath, are there?
we have a maintenance building at our other one. I think we've kind of run out of space, Josh, or do you think we could? I think we've run out of space here to do, like, we have a maintenance shed and a car wash at our other, but I think we've run out of space to do it here.
And do you have standard parking, one per unit?
I think that's greater parking than that, correct? It's greater parking than that.
There's a new storage facility right up the hill.
So you're gonna. Yeah, we've got greater parking than the one per unit. I'd have to fix my eyes on the site plan to see, but we've got greater than one per unit of spaces.
Any other questions?
I'll just keep, as the architect person, I'll you, on the site plan, the way the buildings are all exactly lined up, I would prefer if it pushed and pulled just slightly so that it doesn't look like you're just looking down a barrack or something. And then the other thing is a lot of the parking is concentrated towards the northwest corner, and the units on the bottom of the site don't have as much parking. So I would anticipate that people may cross from one to the other to get to their unit, and there's no sidewalk to connect it to the other parking lot. And I didn't know if you know, maybe those things just hadn't been thought through yet.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I'm sure you don't want people going, you know, through the grass, or, and that may end up being a drainage swale too, in between.
There might be some, we don't have a final grading plan yet too, but there might be, I think what you're referring to is between like buildings 3 and, my eyes are so bad, I apologize, 3, like the northern 2 and the row of 3, but because we don't have a final grading plan yet, there might be.
So then you would be working with staff to fine tune the site plan, because it's still a little rough. Okay.
Good call.
That would be excellent.
So when you line them up, it looks more like barracks, and if you offset them.
Yeah, that's what undulate the.
I don't know if I can commit to getting them. I know we're a little bit site constrained here,
Yeah.
but you know, I
even a
don't know that I
couple
can.
of feet would
Really
make a difference.
Sidewalks.
Landscaping is
make
a great
difference.
offset.
Big sidewalk.
Any other questions? I guess I do have one more, and I imagine from the other answers, you're going to answer this. Do the apartments that are affordable, the 25% of the apartments that are affordable, do they get the same amenities, the same?
Yes, sir. Fair housing. Yes, sir.
Okay.
They get the pools, they get yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And I think if you guys would be very surprised at what income and what price point 80% AMI is in Henderson County right now. But yet I know a lot of your workforce has trouble finding housing.
Thank you. Any other question? No. Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up public comments. Does anybody in the room wish to speak about this project? Come on forward, sir. Give us your name and address and tell us what you're thinking.
My name is Glenn Lang. I live at 623 Ferncliff, and I'm a member of the Hendersonville Tree Board. And so you're going to get a little bit of talk here about trees once again. I think you've all read our proposed conditions, and we're concerned about this particular piece of property because it's really one of the few remaining wooded tracts left in Hendersonville. And while we're not opposed to development, we think perhaps this development could incorporate additional tree planting for all the trees that are going to be removed. There's 322 trees on this piece of ground, and the majority of them are going to be removed. I think in the most recent plan that I looked at last night, they're considering preserving 50 trees. And so I'm here from the tree board to request that you add a condition of your own in your motion, assuming that you approve the project, to support our proposal for planting an additional 75 trees on this development, And I've heard comments back and forth that they have a tight site and they don't have very much room but they're going to plant 3.7 acres of grass, which is almost half the entire site. And so I'm wondering if they couldn't incorporate some additional small or large canopy trees on this site to help replace a few of the ones that they're going to take out. So we're not proposing to do anything drastic here other than to compensate somewhat for the trees that are going to be removed. And we would prefer that they be large or medium canopy trees. I don't think this is unreasonable. We've made similar requests and conditions for a number of the other developments that we've all looked at in the last couple of years. And most of them have been largely accepted by the developer. So I'm requesting that you include this 75 tree planting condition as a recommendation to the council for them to consider when they take up this project. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Come on up.
My name is Lynn Clark. I live at 343 on Hill Road. I pull out of my driveway and what do I see? I see Ocklawaha Village. I see Providence Walk. Now we want Duncan Terrace. I drive down the road or within walking distance. I'm to Cantrell Hills. I'm to the Stonecrest. And all I'm doing is looking at open dirt. There's nothing there. Trees have been devastated, deforestation. I love that. I looked it up, intentional clearing of forested land. And then hearing about Duncan Terrace, I am just not looking at any greenery anymore. I really don't have trees there to look at. I wish we had more requirements, a 1.5 caliper tree, a 2.5 caliper tree. It's not a shade tree. It's not a tree that like I used to look at. I know we have to have people and housing. I live in a single family home. The community is a single family community. And here we're looking at putting 3-story apartments right next to housing developments. And at some point, it's kind of like, what's the best fit? Can this not be something that could be a fit to the community that's there? We're not an apartment row complexes down through there. And I really see this as starting and taking us into being apartment row coming into Hendersonville. And is that really what Hendersonville wants to have? Because we do have land around us. You mentioned about Palisades. We've not heard anything about that. And so is this the start of, it's just going to be one apartment building right after the other? And, I don't live in the city, I live in the ETJ. And so I've enjoyed living there and having forests to look at and trees to look at and green grass and all those kinds of things. But we are losing it very quickly. The part about having the affordable housing, affordable housing isn't unique to Henderson County, Hendersonville. You turn the news on, everybody is looking for housing for everybody. It's not unique to us. But like, I'm a retired teacher. We're fortunate we have some of the best schools in the state, anywhere in the United States, as far as I'm concerned. And you're talking about 10 years, 15 years, allowing there to be a percentage of those apartments. Well, you think about a family that moves in and that family has 2 or 3 kids. Yeah.
That's okay. You can wrap it
They have
up.
2 or 3 kids. And you're talking about they start school at Bruce Drysdale. They go through our school system in 15 years, they're still not going to be out of that school. And then you're going to be moving those folks to other places. I just think there can be less density here. I would love to see less density, but I know that the city has their requirements. And of course, the traffic is an issue because North Main, it's kind of like Tracy Grove. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anybody else in the room? Come on up, ma'am. Give us your name and address. I'm going to reset the timer.
My legs have gone numb. I've been here since 4 o'clock. My name is Esther Padula. I live at 167 Brevard Knoll Drive. I'm a recent transplant here of just a year. So I bought my home a year ago and it's just me. My son lives with me right now, but it's just me. But I worked awfully hard for this house. And when I saw it and fell in love with it, and I fell in love with the property and the trees and the animals, and it was just, it was like a dream come true where I can have this around me and just a short distance, this town and this beautiful little community of Hendersonville. You know, I just fell in love with it. I didn't know that this piece of property, Duncan Hill, was already zoned for 80 some units. I thought it was still for residential zoning. And these people that want to develop it, from what I understand, they don't live here. So they don't really care what else goes on around here. They're just interested in being able to make money off of a piece of property that's here. Okay. I would love, if they're really truly interested in helping Hendersonville and want to do something for housing, then stick with the residential housing zone. Put affordable house in there, and or 2 or 3, whatever these, 9 acres or whatever, and keep the trees up. Once you clear cut these trees, the damage is done. Whether you replant or not, the damage is done. The wildlife is gone. I get up in the morning, I drink my coffee on my porch, and I have all kinds of animals that come by and see me every morning. And this has only been just within the course of a year, so once all this development starts happening, the wildlife is going to go there. It's going to disappear. So yeah, you can replace a tree or whatever, but that wildlife that had the nest up in the original tree is not going to be there anymore. Or the fox that ran around is not going to be there, or the bobcats, or any of these things that I fell in love with here. So I don't have statistics. I don't have hard evidence or whatever to go by. I just know my feeling, and that's I think you can reach a point of overdevelopment. And if you're going to do something, do it with single family homes, make it affordable for a family, a young family to move in and buy a house and live the dream that we are trying to live. I don't know. Yeah, that's just my personal feeling on it. But it just kind of makes me cry to think that what I bought now, when I leave my road at Brevard Knoll Road, it's dumps onto Signal Hill Road, and I pull out, and over here is this massive development of self-storage buildings. And it's like, oh my goodness, because that hillside when I first bought was all trees, it was beautiful. And now it's got this massive self-storage. Now, if I turn around and look this way, if what's going to happen if you approve this, if I look this way, pretty soon all that green hillside that's there with all the trees, it's going to be an apartment complex. It doesn't make any sense anymore. It's the feeling of Hendersonville is going to be gone. So, that's just my thought on it.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room wish to make comments? How about on the Zoom call?
Yeah, you have 2 on the Zoom call. Lynn, I've asked you to unmute.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go
please,
ahead.
please give your name and address.
Okay, thank you. Lynn Williams, Chadwick Avenue. I'll try to make this quick since we have the 2 minutes. I had some questions. I'll go ahead and ask the questions, and then if you want to answer them at the end, that's fine. Will these units have elevators? To a point was that I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware that when you're leaving the apartments on the Duncan Hillside, it's a blind hill right there, zooming from 64. So I really just hope you guys take a real clear look at that, because people turning out of the apartments could easily get T-boned right there. Nope, so please look at that. And my other question was the project the woman showed before. It sounds great that they have a history of great development, but that previous project, when she went through the slides, I couldn't help but notice all the beautiful mature trees on that property. And man, I would love to see us get a project like that. And I was also wondering, why we can't have something like that, and how many acres that project was, considering the density. Next part. One thing I also noticed is that the trees are going to be miniature when the affordable housing residents are there. And then by the time the trees are maturing, then all the affordable housing people will be gone. And that really seems like, inequality, economic inequality and injustice. Previously, the rezoning of this particular lot was contingent on the fact that the whole thing was going to be affordable housing. That's how it got the foot in the door to destroy the trees. That was sort of the negotiation. Now we're hearing that it'll be for 25% and now for 15 years. Thank you for upping that. But just something to consider that, the original agreement was for the whole thing to be affordable, I believe. This doesn't respect the natural resources point that Mr. Manley brought up again around preserving the woodlands and forests. This is going to be complete habitat desecration. Where will the water go when the stormwater pond fills up during an 11-year, 20-year, 50-year, or 100-year storm? And then to the previous comment, yes, if you drive down Signal Hill and you look left to right, you will notice that the character of the entire street is being destroyed between the storage units. And then if this entire neighborhood, this entire block is completely decimated, and then all these other projects, as you see, everything is changing so much. So please do consider the character of the neighborhood and what they're saying is there before. And with Washburn coming in, 3,000 trips coming across that, out from that intersection potentially and across this way. So things to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the Zoom call?
Yes, Mr. Fitch, if you'll speak, please.
Ken Fitch, 1046 Patton Street. The application for the presence of a project at this location will be familiar to some of you from a site plan for the previously approved project for tax credited and desperately needed low-income affordable housing, with an acknowledgement, however, that it stressed the existing environment and its location at a hazardous intersection. However, it reappears for competition on the market with far fewer intimations of compatibility and wider recognition of the impact on a neighborhood experiencing major stressors of incompatibility. The project reappears with a major increase in the number of units from 84 to 132 units, with a corresponding escalating increase in the number of vehicles that would be generated from the increase in multi-bedroom units. A distinct increase in traffic adjacent to a recognized problematic traffic node, especially now with the stunning appearance of the Providence Walk presence nearby and the traffic that project will bring. Not to mention the eventual Clear Creek flow is not yet road ready. Whereas the previous applicant had to jump through hoops to adjust to the projected NCDOT plans for the bordering thoroughfares with features similar to that famous peanut roundabout, this project site plan arrives seemingly unaware of those NCDOT plans that, if implemented, would certainly affect this site plan. Unless, of course, there are new NCDOT plans, and if so, the public would be keenly interested in their possibilities and impacts, positive or negative. In the current conditions, the adjacent bordering routes experience increasingly greater traffic, along with increased speed, velocity, and compliance issues. And the newly imminent Providence Walk should change all the calculations for functional compatibility here. So one looks especially at issues such as the Baldwin Avenue intersection juxtaposition and the exit on Signal Hill Road, where the cut-through travelers on Signal Hill Road often exhibit little patience or safety adherence and would not welcome cars negotiating the Signal Hill entry and exit. This is something that just deserves further discussion on your part. And certainly the broad expanse of clear-cut devastation at Providence Walk should engender second thoughts about similar environmental alteration here. The tree board condition for 2.5-inch calipers is very important to consider because that's a larger, more sustainable tree. And the additional tree plantings has been very accessible. It has been very workable for other projects, and it should be considered here. So, but the question that we have is, does this project, as designed and located, demonstrate compatibility with the existing character of this immediate area, and also the current and the imminent traffic conditions of the area, which are problematic right now, and we see it imminent in the future? And the answer is not really, and that's a concern. It sounds wonderful in terms of what we see in plan, but how does it function at this location? And that, for many of us, that's a severe problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch. All right, any more folks on the Zoom call that wish to speak? Okay, we're going to go ahead and
No
close.
additional speakers.
Close public comment. Does anybody on this board have any more questions for the developer or staff? Neil does.
Just one quick one. What is your response to the tree board? Their request for another 75 trees.
And I don't want to overly commit without knowing what kind of retaining walls we're gonna have to build, with hand trees, that kind of stuff. My understanding is we've had other developers come here, make commitments at this stage of the process, and then when they get further in their planning process.
Leah, Ms. Bergman, I'm sorry, can you come up to the mic? No one online can hear you. I apologize.
I'm good.
Well,
It's up to the
well,
judge, I guess.
I
Just
was-
continue,
on-
please.
on
Thank
item
you.
4 on the tree report, it said that you countered, and I'm not sure that that's a typo, but it said 87.
Yeah, but they're not going to be the 2.5 inch
87
caliper, I
total,
guess.
and yeah.
So they're smaller trees.
Is that what it is? Because I had the same question. It's like, where's the 87 coming from?
So there's required plantings, landscape requirement, vehicular use area plantings, buffer planting. I actually don't know that you have buffer plantings, but there's required tree plantings. And there's an additional 75 that's been
On top of
requested
the
by the
87.
tradition, on top of what's required.
Uh-huh.
The developer is saying, we'll plant 87. So they're planting what's required plus some amount above that. I don't have the hard number, but it's less than 75. I think you're around.
Of the
yeah.
75.
It's like
and tree
15
board is-
more,
Yeah.
roughly.
Tree board is asking for 75 in addition, if I'm understanding, in addition to what is required in the ordinance.
What's required in the ordinance?
The 87.
87,
No,
No.
no,
70 something.
70 something.
it's
I
in the
think-
low
I think
70s.
it was somewhere, yeah, low
Those are the
70s.
2.5 inch caliper.
Well,
None of
that's a
them are
mix.
2.5 inch caliber.
That would be a mix.
From
so
the-
we require by code 1.5 to 2, I believe is somewhere in that range.
Right.
So we're proposing color.
You want to get into caliper?
I mean, I can a little bit. So I'm going to sound grumpy here, but I'm going to go ahead for it. We've had this kind of ongoing conversation about requests for larger caliber trees coming from the tree board, and with all due deference to what they're trying to achieve there. You know, we've done a little bit of research as staff into what the implications of that are. And there's two pieces to it. Number one, of course, a larger tree is a more expensive tree. In some cases, you know, significantly more expensive. And number two, the outcomes on larger trees in terms of survivability are not as good as younger trees. Smaller trees have a higher level of resiliency. They tend to transplant better, et cetera, et cetera. And there's even some research out there that suggests that the survivability rate of a given tree, so if you plant larger trees and 75% of them survive versus planting younger trees, smaller trees, and 95% of them survive, the 10-year benefit of the smaller trees, of which 95% have survived, is a better impact for the site than a larger tree, in which case 3 out of 4 don't or do make it. So there, I think, staff's perspective and opinion is that the appropriateness of planting additional trees is certainly up for discussion. We would recommend that additional work be done on whether or not the impact of a larger diameter tree is in fact achieving the outcomes that I think the tree board intends to achieve. So just a note there, especially given that it is a expense impact in addition to the potential long-term positive benefits of trees. So.
My question is, do you have internal sidewalks? Are there?
Yeah, they're telling me yes.
Trust me, where are they?
Jeff, you want to go for this one?
I am like,
Top in the corner.
oh,
We've got sidewalks shown connecting the parking areas right in front of the buildings to the buildings out East Breezeway.
okay,
And it continues through the building side of the parking areas all the way through.
okay.
And at this point, it could be added to taking your comments. I mean,
All right, that was one thing for a condition. And just to get this clear in my head, the issue with the trees, is it cost or space?
It's cost, a bit of cost, but also a bit of not over committing to you all today, giving the topography of the site where we might, and Jeff, please step in if I'm explaining this wrong, but that we don't know how it's we don't have a final
Okay.
grading plan. So we
Okay.
might have retaining walls. So if I promised to plant you a tree or 5 trees in one place today, when the grading plan comes in, it might be, well, there's a retaining wall in that place. And then you're going to be mad at me that we're your 5 trees.
I had no idea what the issue was. Right. Okay,
I have a
thank you.
question. for the planning staff.
Sure, go ahead.
Planners, when you get a moment.
Hey, guys.
Use your
We have a-
microphone
we
so
got a-
can hear you.
This is a conditional zoning request. Can you state that there is any allowed by right density here, or anything goes in condition?
So for PRD specifically, so,
Well, for this.
or for the existing parcel. So the existing parcel is permitted to have 84 units. PRD can have up to 18 units
with a density bonus,
with density
18
bonus.
per acre?
18 units per acre.
Yes.
And you got a density bonus for
Extending the sidewalks,
two.
and a couple of other criteria.
So that would be well above even what they're proposing? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
they're proposing 15.24.
I'm sorry, John, did we answer that question?
Did.
Okay.
You're saying allowable by right is 18.
Well,
Not quite
I
by
don't know if
right.
anything's allowed by right and
I understand.
conditional, but it sounds like they could have more even and
Right.
still meet the zoning.
Right.
That's, that was a concern of mine, was the density. And yet it allows it,
Mhm.
you know?
With the bonus, yeah.
Without the bonus, they met it. I just heard
Right.
Oh, that's without the bonus?
18 without the bonus.
18 is the max with the bonus.
With the bonus. I
bonus.
apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Can I ask a question then about the pump station again? So there's sewer on site, but it's on Signal Hill?
It's on Duncan Hill.
It's on Duncan Hill,
Yeah,
At the top of the.
but you'll have to pump to the top of the property.
correct.
So the pump station itself, once it's installed, obviously probably the city standard because it's the city water department. It's dedicated to the city at that point and perpetual maintenance has to be done by the city?
So I'm going to let the developer answer that question. If you'll come back up to the podium, I'm sorry, just so everybody online can hear you.
Yeah, we maintain it and Jeff and Eric have worked with other municipalities. I personally don't have a lift station, but they have done it with other municipalities. And then, once sewer gets to the site, we're happy to cancel the lift station. I believe it is water and sewer's concern that over time, I go away or, the developer goes away and it ends up on their books somehow.
I see.
And that's the concern.
Okay. All right.
So
thank you.
the pump is temporary.
Well, it's temporary until,
Till they
mean,
get the
it-
sewer up there.
yeah.
You have to put up a bond for that.
Pardon me, sir?
Put up a bond.
Have you had to do that?
No, not required. Just curious.
Okay, what would you consider, in other words, a gravity, where you could reach it with gravity, what would you consider close enough? I mean, 2,100 feet, I mean, that's a half a mile almost.
Yeah, I'm guessing what, like, I don't know, 300-400 feet? And also, I
Okay.
guess, what are we talking about, like having
Mhm.
cross and get to, right?
Okay. Right.
Just so you know, our cost estimates, if I were to have to run that 2,100 square feet, 2,100 feet is about $600,000. And then it also goes, the challenges of, I don't have the easements,
The right of way.
with this, if you said, Ms. Bergman, you have to go do that, it's not just a cost, it's a time, which, I'm gonna spend a lot of time doing that and you're not gonna.
So to reach gravity fed, you'd have to go down by Mud Creek and the Okawaha, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Or down Bates.
Right.
Goes down Berkeley Road, actually,
Okay.
the closest gravity location.
Halford Court.
All right, any other questions?
So for staff, if we do want to recommend approval, how do we need to address the sewer pump issue?
So the condition is on the site plan to use the sewer pump. So if you recommend approval of the project as shown, it'll include the condition for the sewer pump. That'll have to be addressed moving forward with council. And I think we were just talking, we would, and Ms. Bergman's been in contact with our water sewer department. She would no doubt continue that conversation, and at council, we'd likely have somebody from water sewer speaking to the issue in addition.
So if you were concerned about the lift station, you would have to state something other, that you weren't recommending approval of the condition that was included by the developer. If you have no issue with it or want to leave it up to city council, you can just approve without mentioning any, without adding additional language. I will not, the condition not only states that it would be a private lift station, but that when city sewer got with them, we probably need to have some kind of certain number of feet or within access of the site that they would then connect to the city's sewer. So that's part of the proposal.
We have more discussion. Anybody want to make a motion?
I think traffic is going to be horrendous, but
Sure, go ahead, Peter.
For acceptance. Recommendation for approval. The planning board recommends the adoption of an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject property pins 9569-95-7758 -7758 9569-95-5941 and 9569-96-4013 from PRD-CZD Planned Residential Development Conditional Zoning District to PRD-CZD Planned Residential Development Conditional Zoning District based on the site plan submitted by the applicant dated April 29, 2020. 22. And the conditions listed therein and presented at this meeting and subject to the following. 1, the development shall be consistent with the site plan, including the list of permitted uses and applicable conditions as presented on the site plan. Number 2, permitted uses and applicable conditions presented on the site plan shall be amended to include.
If you don't have any amendments, Peter, you don't need
Oh, the
to
15,
mention that one.
or the 15-year, I'm sorry, the 15-year,
15, yeah.
25%.
And I'll be throwing in the lighting one when Peter finishes.
Yeah, and the lighting one.
And
Just go ahead and do it now.
Which they agree to. Okay, permitted uses and applicable conditions presented on the site plan shall be amended to include dark sky lighting.
Yeah, the previous zoning, I'll quote, exterior site lighting should be in accordance with the International Dark Sky Association's recommendations, subject to any ADA requirements.
What he said. And the other one was
15 years.
They agreed to.
15 years instead of 10 years
Right.
for the affordable housing maintenance term,
For 25%.
or 25% of the housing. Okay.
And folks that are already in an apartment will be, I hate that word, but grandfather. In other words, they won't be.
Residents people in residence will be grandfathered in until they leave for the 25 years.
It's not enforceable.
Through natural attrition.
Will not be evicted. Okay, 3, the petition is found to be consistent with City of Hendersonville 2030 Comprehensive Plan based on the information from the staff analysis and because the high-intensity neighborhood designation calls for multifamily residential, planned residential developments and open space as primary recommended land uses. The proposed project satisfies a majority of design guidelines under LU-7.4. We find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis, and the public comment, and because.
Fixing number 1,
I'm sorry.
it's 33 instead of 45.
Okay. The development would provide 33 affordable rent units.
Yes.
Thank you. For 10 years. For those with
15.
household.
For 15 years.
I'm sorry, reading, okay. For 15 years, for those with household incomes with 80% AMI or less. These units would help to fill the need for affordable housing, which currently has a projected gap shortage of approximately 700 units in Henderson County, according to the 2021 Bowen study. 2, the development would provide
99.
90, I'm just reading. Thank you. The development would provide 99 market rate rental units. These units would help reduce the gap of approximately 500 rental units that are needed within Henderson County to satisfy demand according to the 2021 Bowen study. Number 3, the applicant is dedicating this same correct number, plus or minus 0.59 acres of right-of-way at the intersection of Signal Hill and Duncan Hill Road to facilitate future NC DOT road improvements. The area in number 4, the area in proximity to the subject property includes similar and comparable development, including multifamily residential within a 0.25 miles of the project. Number 5, the development would serve as a transition between the US 64 commercial corridor and the lower density residential northeast of Signal Hill Road / Berkeley Road.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a.
Staff have one amendment, just that the site plan date referenced in the motion be May 3rd, 2022. So this, it's wrong on your list, Peter. It wasn't something you did.
429, it's 5-3.
Yes.
Okay, 5-3, 22.
Is there a second? Do we have a second? I'll do it. We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any discussion?
I have a question.
Sure.
Do we want to put in some admittedly amorphous language with regard to the tree board? Request for more trees, understanding that we don't have a solid figure at this point.
Using the word amorphous, I think you answered your own question.
No,
Let me rephrase my question.
we're good.
So the motion is as is.
As is.
We have a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have one opposed. No?
You opposed?
I was
Okay.
mine.
I can't see your.
Okay, so that-
That appeared unanimous.
I thought it was over here, but I was hiding behind.
John's
Okay.
That passed unanimously. Wow, we haven't done that in a while.
My perfect reading of.
That's because I didn't make the motion.
Okay, restaurant, Upward Road Restaurant. Thank you.
You got 5 minutes.
Restaurant is serving dinner tonight.
I know, really.
Might help.
It might help.
They close at 8. We're on the way.
Okay.
This presentation is for the Upward Road Restaurant. Are there any questions?
No.
Oh,
Is there a motion? That's the question.
is there a motion?
We need another restaurant.
This is a 950 square foot drive-in restaurant on a 0.75 3/4 acre site. It was part of a previously approved planned commercial development special use that actually this little triangle parcel had a small restaurant that was approved on it. This would be a variation of that. This particular site plan was voided since it wasn't completely built out under the previous zoning code rules because it wasn't completely built within a certain number of years. It was voided. And so it requires going back through the CZD process. There's some photos of the site, large, flat grassy area out in the center of the site with a tree line along the one boundary and Upward Crossing Road as the other boundary and Upward Road as the frontage. Here's the site plan. As I mentioned, 950 square foot restaurant, drive-in and walk-up window. This was reviewed by the DRC. All of the community development staff's comments were addressed either by developer proposed conditions or through modifications that were made. The stormwater administrator, public works director, and city engineer had comments that were all resolved as well, or they will be at final site plan. The floodplain administrator, water sewer department, fire marshal, and NCDOT staff each reviewed the project and had no comments or concerns with the site plan. This project did not trigger a TIA, though we had to consult with our transportation consultant on that, but we've received word that it did not trigger a TIA. The developer proposed no concessions, but they did have 8 conditions. I will pull those up on the next slide. The condition is to reduce the vehicular use setback from 5 feet from the right-of-way line, to reduce the common space ratio to greater than or equal to 0.05 as opposed to the 10% required by code. Reduce the building offset, so the depth of the offset can be as little as 1/15 and up to 1/5 the length of the longest adjacent wall panels. A slight variation on our design standards for the CHMU zoning district, but with a small building, not super impactful. They've requested that the loading zone that's required be removed. They have actually agreed to all the tree board's recommendations, just got word on that. And the last one listed there that said required TIA to be waived. The TIA does not need to be waived because it's not required. And these are the tree board's recommendations. Note number 8 says that the developer did not agree. Again, we got notice prior to the meeting that the developer does agree to number 8 as well. So all those conditions have been approved, and we actually received a digital copy of an updated site plan. So all of it's on the site plan. You would just reference today's date. Neighborhood compatibility meeting was March 1st, very lightly attended, had a few questions about the operations and potential for dark sky compliance, as well as a question about the TIA. I need slide access. So looking at the current land use in the area, as I mentioned, this is part of a PCD that includes the Bojangles and the hotel. There is the PRD CZD of Waterleaf Apartments that were approved recently for multifamily apartments. You have a significant amount of Henderson County regional commercial zoning. And then you've got some C3 across the street to the south as well. I'll note that this is part of the Upward Road planning area. And so while we do have future land use designation, we do not have ETJ out there, hence all the Henderson County zoning in the area. But this area is part of the Upward Road planning area. And essentially the CHMU zoning district, which has been requested, is a zoning district that was created specifically for the Upward Road planning area. The future land use map shows this entire area as regional activity center as it relates to I-26 and the interchange there. We found that it was consistent with the future land use designation of regional activity center. It is located in a priority growth area, areas that are considered a high priority for expansion of the ETJ, annexation and extension of infrastructure and services. The population and housing chapter recommends encouraging mixed land use patterns that place residents within walking distance of services. As I mentioned, this is near the Waterleaf at Flat Rock multifamily development. The natural environmental resources strategies we've covered earlier today promote preservation of woodlands and enable low impact development stormwater management practices. There were no goals or strategies related to cultural and historic resources, nor community facilities. Water resources we've covered. The transportation and circulation chapter also brings up the mix of use and pedestrian friendly development, as well as enhancing key gateways to the community and incorporating aesthetic improvements such as landscape medians and street trees along roadways. Taking a look at compatibility, we know this area is along Upward Road at I-26, has proximity to multifamily apartments. This type of drive up and walk up food service is compatible with the area. We've seen continued pressure for development along Upward Road, and with the proximity to the interstate, we're going to continue to see that type of automobile-oriented development pressure. Public interest, this would provide additional food options for residents and visitors to Hendersonville. The public facilities, they have submitted an availability request to the city's water and sewer department, and it would be serviced by the city. Upward Road is a DOT street. Upward Crossing Road, the side street, is privately maintained currently, and this would be city serviced by the city fire and police. Effect on natural environment. There are 14 mature trees on the site. The developer is proposing to remove approximately 5 and retain 3 on the site. I think there are 6 on an adjacent property. And then they're proposing, that number has not been updated. They are proposing to receive tree credits, I believe, for 5 trees, and they would plant the required number per the type B buffer. That was a late addition to the site plan, a revision that was made. The draft comprehensive plan consistency statement is as follows. The future land use designation of regional activity center recommends restaurant as a primary land use, and the location and site design of the project align with the goals and strategies of LU-9. The draft rationale for approval are on the screen and should correspond with the staff report, as do the rationale for denial. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Questions for staff?
Just to be clear on the tree business again, are they proposing to do what the ordinance requires
Yes.
and no more?
No, well, one difference is their type B buffer is very narrow, very tight. So they're proposing as a condition that they would plant the required number of trees elsewhere on the site. And so that's reflected in their current site plan. It's the correct number of tree plantings. It just doesn't fit where they have a retaining wall along the side of the property. So it does require a condition because it's a slight variation.
Any other questions?
Yeah, mine's very basic. I looked down right as you were doing it. Well, if you go back one slide. Okay. I just missed that, what the 50% was in reference to.
Okay.
Open space, yeah, the request to reduce it.
It's like a lot of work's gone into this and what's a no-brainer kind of site. It's necessary.
What is the restaurant? We know.
You can ask the applicant.
He doesn't have.
The applicant's been very responsive. There has been some back and forth to iron out the details, to work towards zoning compliance. They've done everything that's been asked of them, and staff feels that they've been good at responding.
The only reason this goes through this process is this was a planned commercial development special use district. So it has to come back through the CCD
A
process.
whole big piece of land back there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Though I don't think going forward, under our current zoning code, if a site like this was to be approved and it had a restaurant like that, like what had already been approved, that voiding that occurred, if it wasn't built within 3 years, that's no longer language in the zoning code. So hopefully that may free up some of these things, as long as they have the list of uses for the site encompasses whatever the proposed use would be.
It makes sense. Any other questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come up and use their 10 minutes?
5 minutes.
Bonus points for everybody.
First question, what restaurant?
I'll get there. Greetings and good evening all. I would like to thank all of you for considering our project. My name is Dan Soder. I'm with B3 Companies and I'm representing the developer here, which should also be on the Zoom call, but I will be taking questions as necessary. But to answer your question, I can't exactly say, but what I can say, it's a national coffee chain. I could say that. So it's both coffee and food. So it's kind of a dual purpose here, but yes.
It's not colored green.
Coffee was enough.
Is there any other basic questions, or would you like me to just kind of give an overview on the project?
Go ahead and give us an overview. If you have questions, we'll ask them
Sure.
again.
Do we have the presentation, the PowerPoint? Just highlight a couple of spots there, but while they're looking for that, basically we're kind of shoehorned in on this triangular site, so we are pinched, which is why we have some of these list of conditions that we're proposing, just because, you know, we're really trying to squeeze it all in there. But let me go to the next slide for you. So this is just an overview, an aerial overview with just some call outs showing Interstate 26, showing the site right in the middle, and then of course Upward Road moving from left to right on the screen. Just another overview. This one with existing zoning that's around and just showing compatible uses and how we are compatible with the immediate area, as well as of course being right again along Interstate 26, which would be what we picture as a popular restaurant / coffee chain, you know, as everyone's coming off the highway and whatnot. Here's the preliminary site plan that you guys saw in the previous slideshow. Right in the middle is the building, about 950 square feet. On the top side, you can see we're proposing an entrance and exit, 2 in, 1 for the drive-through lane, 1 for the parking space or the parking area, and then 1 exit onto Upward Crossing. Toward the right, that right blue dot, again, I apologize for the smaller dots of red dot. That is Bojangles, so consistent with the immediate area. And then in the lower left-hand corner, excuse me, is the tree plantings that we're proposing. Instead of being along the perimeter, which is, there we go. So instead of the perimeter plantings, we're going to plant in this area and throughout the site to basically comply with the type B buffer. And so the reason for that is there's a slope on the northwest corner of that property. And so we're be required to have a retaining wall. So we don't believe that the trees will be able to survive with being so close to the retaining wall and the drive access. So that's why we're required to go, on the other rest of the site, excuse me. So this is the preliminary utility plan. So we're just showing where we're tying in. We have sanitary and water tie-ins right in this location. And it's kind of hard to see, but if you follow the pointer this way, this is where we're proposing the storm water be basically channeled this way. So this dot in the upper right-hand corner right here is an existing, it's the existing stormwater pipe that goes into the Bojangles site. And that is sized appropriately for the Bojangles site as well as this site. So that's how we're going to be handling stormwater. And this is kind of your prototypical coffee chain restaurant is what we're thinking. So this is, it's just something very generic, of course. I'll say no more. But that's it for my presentation.
Any questions?
Nice and short.
No questions. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll open up public comment. Anybody in the room wish to speak about this project? How about on the Zoom call? If you have any comments for the board?
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Use the raise your hand feature. Okay, no public comment. We'll close public comment then. Anybody else have any questions for staff or anybody want to make a motion?
This was short. I can't even
Make
do
a
this.
motion to recommend approval of this project. Let's get on with it here.
Just remember to refer to the 5-9 site.
5-9 site plan?
Yes. It is still the 9th, right? Yeah, we're not at midnight yet.
I don't.
When you get to the date of the site plan, you can just use today's date because we've got it sent digitally.
Okay. Right one? I assume it's the right one. Upward road restroom, okay. Suggested motion for recommending approval. I move planning board recommend city council adopt an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject property PIN number 9588-20-6649 from PCD Planned Commercial Development to CHMU CZD Commercial Highway Mixed Use Conditional Zoning District, based on the site plan and list of conditions submitted by and agreed to by the applicant. Dated May. Dated
Yes.
dated May 9th, 2022, and presented at this meeting and subject to the following. Development shall be consistent with the site plan, including the list of applicable conditions contained therein and the following permitted uses. Permitted uses for the restaurant, number 1. Number 2, permitted uses and applicable conditions presented on the site plan shall be amended to include anything?
No, not needed.
Number 3, petition is found to be consistent with the City of Hendersonville 2030 Comprehensive Plan based on the information from the staff analysis and because the future land use designation of Regional Activity Center recommends restaurant as a primary use and the location and site design of the project align with the goals and strategies of LU-9.
Good. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Okay. Further,
Oh, no. You got more?
number 4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't see it. Furthermore, we find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis, public hearing, and because 1, the upward road corridor is classified as a boulevard and is appropriate for drive-in restaurants. Number 2, the development will provide additional food options for residents and visitors. Number 3, the subject property is consistent with the interstate interchange-oriented development occurring in this area. And finally, number 4, which is number 4, okay. The subject property is located in a priority growth area, unquote.
Excellent. Excellent. Second. We have a second by Fred. Any other discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Wow, 2 unanimous decisions. Wow, this is looking into it.
My apologies. I have
All right,
to
Lou,
go.
you got, wait a minute.
I
Okay.
have guests in town. They
Okay.
waited till 8.
Good presentation.
Yeah, she can't.
Generous of
She's
them.
an-
Once you have a.
Once we have it.
quorum, you're
Yeah, once you have
Take
the
care.
quorum, you
Oh.
will continue to have a quorum.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Pardon me?
We're fine.
Okay,
Have a good one, John.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
So
but
Tamara's
I'm for this
recusing herself.
legislative
She's the
study, you know
applicant.
how I say.
Yes.
John had to leave. He had another appointment.
Do we have,
However, once we establish a quorum, we are allowed to continue with our meeting,
You're leaving
okay.
too?
according to the North Carolina School of Government.
Your item, okay.
Have a
I've
good
heard this
month.
before.
Yeah. See you
I'll
later.
upset myself for 3 minutes.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break.
Okay.
Oh, no, you
Fred,
can start.
no, Fred had to take a break.
Fred had to take a
Here he
break.
comes.
Yeah, we keep meeting this way.
You can be quicker too. You don't have to
Zoning
press
text
the
amendments at
Ys.
the end.
Mine's super quick.
You should give out diapers.
Right.
Yes, yes.
Or kilt. Yeah, kilt so you can be quick, right?
It's the only reason I wear it.
Susan, to what do we owe the honor of your presence? I haven't heard a peep out of you. Are you just self-abusive? I know, it's a genetic defect. It's in her blood.
I feel like we're underperforming with Bill Moss not here though.
Oh, yeah. Where is he?
Oh, that's right.
No,
And where is,
long enough, I stole 2 lifesavers.
Oh, okay. Good evening, members. I know this, so this is Day Center Supplementary Standards Modification. I'm already seeing a mistake on my presentation, but the applicant is not the city of Hendersonville. This was applied for by Peacock Architects, but the rest of this information will be pertinent. This is a modification to the supplementary standards associated with day centers. Day centers are one of our uses which are only permitted in a CZD. So
What is the day center?
the day center is a facility that provides a day, not overnight stay care for indigent populations within the city.
Thank
So this is a unique use in that it only shows up under the CZDs. So it's not a special use and it's not a permitted use. It's a use that only shows up under. So to establish a day center, you would have to go through the CZD process and
Which means neighborhood compatibility.
neighborhood compatibility,
Planning
planning
board,
board
city
and city council.
This
The legislative
hearing is
decision.
purely for the text amendment, not for a specific day center.
This is for a text amendment, not for a specific day center. That's correct. Now, what we're doing is changing the standards that would apply when someone applied for these CZDs. So that the districts are C2, C3, I1, and CMU. Within those districts, you would have to apply for a CZD, and it is to alter the standards. And specifically, day centers currently are not permitted adjacent to residential uses or within 200 feet of a residential zoning district. The amendment would permit day centers in these areas in exchange for specific buffered standards. So the applicant proposed changes are on the screen. So there are 4 elements that apply historically to day centers. And I mentioned the 2 that are being altered. They proposed to add a buffer described as 25 feet of landscape separation or 15 feet of separation with a vertical barrier of at least 6 feet in lieu of the not being adjacent to a residential use. And then in regards to the 200 feet not being located, it was unless a buffer consisting of 25 feet of landscape separation or 15 feet with vertical barrier. The Planning Board Legislative Committee reviewed this and discussed the proposed text amendment. Their discussion centered around the buffer requirements and compared to base level buffer requirements in these districts for any use that would be permitted. No motions were made and it was only for discussion. There was an alternative item that came out of that. Staff continued to discuss and this is all in your staff report. If you want more detailed information about that discussion, it's very well captured in that staff report on the zoning text amendment. But staff continued to discuss the buffer and standardizing that. And we are recommending that the vertical barrier be required, whether it's adjacent or within the 200-foot proximity. So rather than including a 25-foot or 15-foot in vertical barrier, we're recommending just that it be a 15-foot buffer with vertical barrier. And that's the option for the buffer. That's the buffer requirement. And this is centered on clarifying the requirement for day centers across the permitted zoning districts, along with creating the baseline standard. So the language is shown here. I will note this is slightly adjusted from what was in your packet, and that is reflective of our legal team reviewing it and giving us some feedback. So basically, a day center shall be separated from any adjacent residential uses, regardless of the zoning district where located. So anytime there is an existing residential use, we're not talking about the zoning district, by that 15-foot B-type buffer, meeting the requirements of Article 15, where the B-type buffer is described, and that the buffer shall include a vertical masonry or wood fence at least 6 feet in height. No more than 10% of the surface of the fence or wall shall be left open. The finished side shall face the abutting property. And then just to note that these buffer standards shall prevail over the standards found in section 15-6B, which is the buffer standards that would otherwise trigger between zoning districts.
Just a fast question.
Yeah.
The trees, are they the 1.5-inch plants?
I'm sorry.
The trees, are they the 1.5-inch?
Yes. Yes.
So by the
Yeah. And the buffers include shrubs. The buffer standards include shrubs, large canopy, and small flowering shrubs. I'm not exactly sure what the B type is, but it includes a mix of those types of plantings.
So if the fence is designed to be a buffer, why would we allow for 10% of it to be open?
Not.
Just in terms, so like, we don't allow chain link, correct? But like if you had a wrought iron, but if you had a wood fence.
Okay, so it's gotta be, when I heard open, I'm like,
No,
like an
meaning-
opening.
Meaning like the surface of the fence has
Okay.
visual.
Okay,
Open.
visual openings.
Yeah.
Of 10%,
Yeah.
less than
But-
10%.
But not a,
Open.
here's a 10% opening. And-
Right, that's,
Right.
I was like, what? Okay,
No,
I got
sorry.
it now.
It's misleading it, but
Yeah, that is language, I think, from our code, existing code. So
Okay.
we're repeating what we have
surface of-
elsewhere.
the surface of
But
it.
that is what that reference is.
Gotcha.
And then, so a similar standard being then applied for parcels when when it's within 200 feet of a residential zoning district.
Okay.
Whether or not there are residential uses in that parcel, but when zoned for residential. And there's a couple additional standards here. These are from our legal team. These weren't part of your, these are just to clarify that the buffer standards shall prevail, that the application of 200-foot separation will be determined by measuring according to this standard, and then that we're clarifying what we mean by residential zoning districts.
Do
And
we have a definition of a day center anywhere in this?
there is a day center.
It's in the stuff.
It's
Thought I saw
existing.
it. I read
Yeah,
it.
there's an existing definition in the zoning ordinance, and that is in the staff report. Yeah, I do not have it in this presentation, however.
D, permissible hours of operation shall be
Yeah.
limited hours between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m.
That's currently in the,
No, that's current operational mode. What happens after 6 p.m.?
They have to close the facility. The facility can't be open and serving customers.
They
or
come to Main
serving
Street.
Clients, yeah.
okay, why are we talking about the 200 foot again, though? When,
Well, that's just to define how we will measure the 200 feet. That was a legal team.
but the two,
asked
under
us
the
to-
new text amendment, the 200 feet goes away, no?
No, the 200 feet still exists. So there's two measures
See,
for which a buffer will be triggered.
okay,
One is when the residential use is immediately adjacent,
okay,
and the second is when the parcel on which the day center is proposed to be located is within 200, whoops. is
That was
within-
me. I
Oh, okay.
found a little,
Within 200 feet of a residential zoning district. So
okay.
use versus district.
Gotcha. Okay.
I could be adjacent to a residential use in C1.
Mhm.
If that's the case, I have to install the buffer. I could be 3 parcels away from a residential district.
But 140 feet.
But 140 feet, and I have to put the
put in the
buffer in.
Okay, I got it. Draw me a picture.
That's good question.
a type B buffer include, for every 100 linear feet, you have to plant 4 broadleaf canopy trees, 25 evergreen shrubs, and 33 flowering shrubs
Evergreens,
every 100 feet.
things with thorns on them.
And this is just a map of the base district. So again, it would require CZD, but just for reference, these are the 4 districts highlighted that the associated CZD permits the use in. So it is theoretic, somebody could ask to rezone a parcel of Greenville Highway mixed use to C3 CZD to allow a day center. So I don't want to be misleading in showing this map, but the likely locations, if someone were to come in and say, where should we put one? We would be recommending the existing districts. Comprehensive plan consistency. These are some of the actions and strategies that in reviewing it are applicable to zoning text amendments generally, including encouraging infill development, reviewing zoning standards and revising as necessary to enable compatible infill, and considering a full range of short and long-term impacts when reviewing zone change applications and other proposals that introduce land use changes. Staff do find in this draft consistency statement that the petition is consistent with 2030 comprehensive plan, as the land use and development chapter calls for the city to consider short and long-term impacts on compatibility with existing development, and further recommends the consideration be given to determine if an application demonstrates a clear public purpose. We believe there's a public purpose here, and that the buffer addresses integration with existing development. And here's your draft reasonableness statement, that it addresses additional opportunities for the provision of services for the needy, homeless, and transient within the city, and that the text amendment addresses separation of day centers from residential uses.
Do we need to read it?
You will in making your motion. When you're ready for that.
I got it.
So
I got it up.
where are there day centers?
Denial on this one. We are recommending approval.
Are there any day centers currently operating? Sammy Williams Center, is that a day center?
I'm sorry.
Is the Sammy Williams Center a day center?
I don't know that, I don't know what we would classify that is. So when we've been asked to classify a couple of these, an example I would use is the Mission's other facility on 7th Avenue that they do their day center activities out of. So they have the overnight shelter.
Right.
And then they also have the the day center.
And also the one right there with Blue Ridge Health, I think would be.
Where they partner with Blue Ridge Health, they
Yeah.
provide health services there, and we're seeing, because I'll note, we also have in our code definitions for pantry, food pantry, and other uses that might be similar but slightly different.
Now,
These are,
There's one planned right now that is not it hasn't been brought to board yet.
no, it has.
But the Hope Coalition is planning to put one right down there on Grove Street. That doesn't fit any of those.
I'm not familiar with that project.
Okay.
Yet.
I think it would be
It
hard.
was brought to us by
By Tamara.
Tamara's company. I think they're working with an entity that's looking at doing this kind of use. And they weren't going to be able to do it based on.
Hard to find anything that's not
residential adjacency.
within 200 feet of residential. I mean, really.
It begins very difficult to find a location that
Right.
meets that standard. So,
My only other thought is perhaps it should be permitted without a CZD in I-1. I mean, why not? I mean, the buffers, yeah, if it's adjacent to residential.
So
mean, just limited to
we may
No,
have
not
different.
limited to I-1, but say.
By right.
Almost exactly. Let staff approve a day center in the I-1 district. That's the only other thought I have is why not, if we're looking at the ordinance right now, why not permit it in I-1?
I'd have no problem with that.
And if it was I-1 by right, then, and it was adjacent to residential, it would actually have a much more difficult buffer than what is required under this code.
and the supplementary standards would still apply. So we'd have to, mix the two. Basically, we'd have to look at the I-1 buffer and then apply the supplementary standards to that.
It's just one thought I had.
It would not be subject to the supplementary standards if it was by right in the I-1. So those standards wouldn't apply.
Oh,
I think supplementary standards still apply, even if the standards are.
Just a permitted by right.
Even if it's permitted by right, because we've looked at this before. We can look at this if you need a confirmed answer on that, but I think that,
it'd be nice that if it wasn't. Let's see.
When Jim's done, we'll have a motion.
Sorry. No, we got to open public comment. Hold on, we got to open public comment. We need to open public comment.
so Susan's got a lot of knowledge here of the background, and I want to make note of that. She just shared with me when this was originally created, the day center use, council wanted these to come back to them, which is why it was included in the CZD.
Well, and they can, our recommendation,
That's
I don't
absolutely
listen.
right. This is just information background that.
I think I'd leave it,
okay.
knowing that's the
all right.
background.
It was just a thought I had. We need to open public comment. Does anybody in the room wish to speak about this? Come on up, sir. State your name and address for us.
You've been very patient, sir.
You really have.
To the point where we forgot we had public out here.
City of Hendersonville currently faces new challenges and social problems such as homelessness. Individuals may have fallen through the cracks of the-
Sir, is
Closer to the
your
mic, is it on?
Green.
Okay, thank you. I'll start over. City of Hendersonville faces many new challenging social problems such as homelessness, mental illness, housing challenged individuals, and people who may have fallen through the cracks of the existing social safety nets. As a community, we must come together and mitigate the effects of these to keep Henderson as the viable, thriving community that it currently is. This variance is simply an update to the existing zoning code that responds to the ever-changing social fabric of Hendersonville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Waited 4 hours for amazing.
Yeah.
What about on the Zoom call? Do we have any?
Thank you, sir.
Do we have anybody on the Zoom? If you're on the Zoom call and you'd like to make comments, please use the raise your hand feature. Matt, is anybody on Zoom raising their hand? Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. Do we have any more discussion, any questions? Do we have a motion?
So just for background, I know Thrive has one in development right now. I know the Hope Coalition has one in development right now. I think there's one other in development right now. I mean, these things are great.
I just don't see where you would put it within, there's nowhere to put it
If it's not
you
within
restrict it
residential. Yeah.
to where it can't be within 200 feet of residential.
That's the problem.
I just don't see where you put it, and we need to
need
take
it.
care of these folks, so. Yeah. Do we have a motion? Go ahead, Fred.
All right. I move planning board recommends city council adopt an ordinance amending the official city of Hendersonville zoning ordinance article 16 supplementary standards for certain uses, section 16-4-12 day center based on the following. The petition is found to be consistent with the city of Hendersonville 2030 comprehensive plan based on the information from the staff analysis and the public hearing. And because the 2030 comprehensive plan land use and development chapter calls for the city to consider short and long-term impacts on compatibility with existing development, and further recommends the consideration be given to determine if an application demonstrates a clear public purpose. We find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis and the public hearing, and because the petition addresses the provision of services for the needy, homeless, and transient population within the city of Hendersonville's zoning jurisdiction. The text amendment addresses separation of day centers from residential uses through the provision of buffers that exceed standard commercial residential buffers.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? You raised your hand. You were getting ready to vote, weren't you? Signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. 3 unanimous decisions tonight. And we're out of here before 9 o'clock.
Yeah. And you're not gonna be here next month.